Yes, for Fox 13 News at 6, I'm Sabir Rayford.
And I'm David Rose. Thunderstorms could bring damaging winds, some large hail, even lightning. You may be looking outside and going, wait a minute, it's all sunny. We're going to explain that to you. We've got live team coverage on this weather alert day. Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling's in the South Sound tracking conditions. Frankie Thompson at the Seattle City Light as crews prepare to help with power outages.
Meanwhile, the Fox 13 weather team is tracking everything from the skies to the roads as we navigate this storm. Let's start off with Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Brian, this storm is moving fast from Morgan.
It really is, yeah. Over the past hour, we've seen this moving about 35 miles an hour here north from the Portland metro area up into our area. And this camera is looking south from Capitol Hill, starting to see the skies darken up a bit. 63 is your temperature right now. Yes, we are seeing some sunshine. It is the calm before the storm. And there you see those storms advancing. And in fact, Portland metro area has kind of gotten skunked when it comes to lightning and any severe weather at all. We have not seen any severe weather down in the Portland metro area, but we've been seeing a lot more lightning up here in Washington state. Right now, up along the northern Washington coast, as you work your way north of Quinault, we're seeing some lightning, stronger cells that direction. And this right here is what I'm concerned about as it makes its way toward Tacoma. So Tacoma, heads up, you're going to be in for a light show coming up here. And with that, and we're in the middle of the evening commute here, this could bring some heavy downpours and some potential for hail into the Pierce County areas, more populated Pierce County areas coming up over the next half hour. Again, this is the first severe thunderstorm watch in decades in Seattle. Large hail is possible, 1 to 2 inches in diameter. Damaging winds are possible in these thunderstorm cells over 58 miles an hour. That would be damaging winds and frequent lightning as well. So we're going to be watching these little cells as they move their way north. The hail outlook, this yellow area that you see right here, has the best shot at seeing some of that bigger hail. High winds and lightning are more of the likely severe weather risks. Tornadoes, I'm sure you've been hearing a lot about that online and on social media. We're just at a slight risk for a tornado to touch down. I am not too terribly worried about that. It is worth mentioning because on a day like today, we have a better chance than on a normal day. But I think the hail, the high winds, and the lightning are going to be the things to be concerned about here this evening. More on this coming up.
Brian, thank you. Let's get right over to Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling, who's on the road in South Sound. And Jennifer, we want to know, how are the conditions there right now? What are you seeing?
Well, we're starting to see some rain at this hour. I watched clouds build as we were heading south into Thurston County all afternoon, and now those clouds are producing rain. I'm going to give you a look at what's happening on the roadways here in rural Thurston County. As we head towards the Yamhill area, you can see that we have some light rainfall. We haven't seen any lightning in our area yet, but we hear that it could be coming. So we're kind of tracking the weather. It's just raining right now, and we're heading north here at this time. I talked with a spokesperson from the State Emergency Management Division yesterday about how you can prepare for the storm when it's just rainy like this before the big lightning and the winds come. He says you should charge your electronic devices ahead of the severe weather, download your utility apps so you can communicate and keep track of power outages if the power does go out. It's a good idea to charge your electric vehicles and put batteries in your flashlights. You may also want to check your yards and patios and bring in lawn furniture, potted plants, or other items that could get blown around in the storm or that could be damaged by hail. We also talked to a spokesperson from Pierce County Emergency Management. He says the county activated its Emergency Operations Center early this morning to get ready for tonight's weather, and he had some advice for drivers as the storm gets closer.
If they need to drive today, this evening, just to be careful, give cars plenty of space. If it seems unsafe for you to be driving, to find a safe place to park until you feel that you can be back out on the road again. Otherwise, we're asking people to stay home.
Halliday says don't forget your pets and animals. Bring them inside or get them to a sheltered area as well, because large hail could accompany the storm and injure them. If the power goes out, he says to keep your refrigerator and freezer closed. Avoid lighting candles, which can cause other issues like a fire. And don't bring a gas grill or a charcoal grill inside your home to heat it due to dangers with carbon monoxide poisoning. Utility companies like PSE also recommend you unplug appliances that could get damaged during a power surge if your electricity goes out. Now is also a good time to gas up your car in case the power goes out at your local gas station and it remains out for some time. Although the window was quickly closing before the storm hit the area, you still have here if it's just light rain or you don't have those damaging winds or hail yet. So Portland already got hit, as we know, with those winds coming through earlier, and they experienced lots of lightning and strong winds, both in the metro area and on the Oregon coast. So back here in our area, you know, we are seeing this light rain, but so far so good. In our neck of the woods, we're heading again towards Yamhill, where we think that maybe there's some other thunderstorm activity happening at this time. So we will keep you posted here in the weather tracker as we continue to track this storm right here and at fox13seattle.com. Reporting live in Thurston County, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Well, we're tracking power outages resulting from this severe weather. Right now, just over 200 homes and businesses are in the dark. Most of those were in King County. That number could skyrocket as storms move through the Puget Sound. Tonight, storms have the potential to wreak havoc on utility systems throughout our region. Workers are standing by to respond to possible outages in Seattle and surrounding communities.
Fox 13's Frankie Thompson is at Seattle City Light to explain how crews are preparing.
Light has been planning for the storm as soon as the storm was detected in the weather forecast. We are at the Soto district where these trucks behind me are ready to go, but they won't head out until there are reported outages. Now, City Light officials say their preparations, countless hours of preparations that will help crews activate their severe weather plan efficiently if needed. Now, managers say right now, though, this is a wait-and-see situation. They tell us their biggest concerns are lightning strikes, strong winds, and possibly branches or trees crashing down.
So what we'll be planning for is the worst, but hoping for the best. And how we do that is by making sure that we're well stocked on any needed supplies, that our trucks are up and operational, and that our equipment that might be needed is ready to go. As far as crews, we have our regular crews that are currently scheduled, and then we will bring in additional crews as needed to address any outages that might occur.
Now, should there be any outages from this storm, Seattle City Light says they will work immediately to find the source and restore power as quickly and as safely as possible to all of their customers. In the meantime, though, they are advising people to charge their devices, whether that be a cell phone or a medical device. Charge those now in case the electricity does go out. Reporting live in Seattle, Frankie Thompson, Fox 13 News.
And looking live outside, damaging hail expected throughout the area could hurt your wallet. Fox 13's A.J. Janivel spoke with people and experts about how to avoid costly damage.
Just listen to that. That's hail from a few weeks ago, hammering down in West Seattle. And experts say this is nothing in comparison to what's expected on Wednesday.
We could see hailstones as big as an inch to up to 2 inches in diameter. That's really, really big for this area. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That could mean trouble for a lot of people in Western Washington.
I kind of really like this color because I think it really pops with the truck cover we're trying to sell.
David Wang was taking some glamour shots of his new truck bed cover prototype he created. He had plans to take the car all over the area to get pictures until I told him about the forecast.
I'm going to be out here all day, honestly, but if that's the case, we're going to head out home early just to try to get the nice show car protected, right?
I also spoke to some local dealerships who tell me they have no options to protect the dozens of cars parked on their show lots.
We're talking about hail that is an inch in diameter, for comparison, about the size of a quarter. Or 2 inches in diameter, which is about the size of an egg.
Hail can be extremely damaging to your car, your home, and certainly yourself.
State Farm reports a nationwide billion-dollar increase in hail damage claims they paid out from 2021 to 2022. Jennifer Houghton with Pemco Insurance tells me hail coverage is not usually included in basic plans.
It's a good idea to check your coverage, and if you don't have hail coverage, consider adding it as quickly as you can.
Reporting in Seattle, A.J. Janivel, Fox 13 News.
With wind, rain, and even lightning strikes, it can cause major problems for airlines. This is a live look at SeaTac International Airport. So far, 118 flights have been delayed and one has been canceled. Local officials are warning drivers to stay off the roads due to the weather. But if you have to drive to get to the airport, check your flight status often, arrive early, and prepare for those possible delays.
If you plan on jumping aboard a ferry tonight, be prepared for some delays. Washington State Ferry says delays and cancellations are possible. And be sure to pack your Dramamine. Passengers can expect a bumpy ride thanks to choppy waters. To make sure the ferries are stable, they may load them to capacity and operate at slower speeds. If lightning hits a vessel, you're safe, the agency says. In the rare case of lightning strikes, it will hit a rod on top of the boat and then be redirected to the water.
To keep up with the latest forecast, power outages, and any other weather developments, just download our app. It's called the Fox Local app. We'll have full live weather coverage from 7 to 9 tonight on the app with our Fox 13 weather team. You can also stream all of our news stories on the app. It's free to download on your mobile phone and all streaming platforms.
Coming up, a Seattle man walks out of his Northgate home and is allegedly forced back inside at gunpoint. Coming up, the search for 2 suspects in this terrifying home invasion.
Welcome back to our weather alert day. As the thunderstorm rolls in, here's a reminder to sign up for emergency alerts on your phone. These are local to your county, and once you opt in, you may be notified for things like storms, floods, wildfires, evacuations, and even road closures. Today, our team caught up with the National Weather Service. They're encouraging people to sign up for those alerts. We also heard about their alert.
We do have the ability to issue wireless emergency alerts. Those are like the Amber Alerts that come directly to your cell phone, regardless of whether you've signed up for something or not. For severe weather, those would come into play for a tornado warning. So if we were to issue a tornado warning, if you were in or very close to that area that was alerted, you should receive one of those alerts on your cell phone.
For more information on how to sign up for the county and city alerts, just head to our website. That's fox13seattle.com/links.
We're live outside right now. The Fox weather team is tracking hail, strong winds, and possible lightning strikes coming up tonight. Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan joins us now. So, Brian, the storm's pulling into Pierce County. What about the rest of the region? Where do you timeline this out? Because a lot of people are asking me, where is it?
I know, exactly, right? Yeah, you know, this is going to continue to advance north. And right now, we're looking at a 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock timeline here for the greater Seattle area. But if you're south of that, down into Tacoma and Olympia, you're going to be starting to see some of this stronger thunderstorm activity coming up over the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. Here's a look at our Capitol Hill camera. Darkening skies as we look to the south. We're at 63 degrees still at this hour, and we're finally starting to see some of that lightning moving its way now into Pierce County. The good news I have for you is that we have not had any severe thunderstorm activity yet. That includes the Portland metro area and central valleys of Oregon. So no severe weather quite yet, but we are starting to get nickel-sized hail up in Clallam County. This is all moving its way north. Heads up Port Angeles, you're about to get hit with a lot of lightning and some heavy rain and perhaps some hail as well. Forks is seeing that currently with some heavier rainfall there. And this heads up Tacoma. This is all moving its way north toward you. We're going to be seeing that hit the Tacoma area likely in the next 20 minutes or so. So if your travels take you home along I-5 between Olympia and the south end of Seattle, this is going to create some issues here on the roadways right around the Tacoma area. And we do have more available moisture that will continue to push its way north down in the Portland area coming up here over the next couple of hours. That all of that is heading our direction. This is the first severe thunderstorm watch that we've had in decades in Seattle. Large hail is possible. We could see hail as big as 1 to 2 inches in diameter. More on that in a minute. I think damaging winds are certainly possible in these thunderstorm cells if we get a severe thunderstorm. Frequent lightning, though, is something that a lot of us are going to be seeing again between that 7 and 10 o'clock time period coming up tonight. So we'll get quite a show this evening. A lot of you have been asking about tornadoes. I think we have a very small chance at seeing a tornado touchdown here tonight. The bigger issues are going to be the winds, the hail, the lightning, and the heavy downpours. And as far as that hail goes, this hatched area with these little black lines, basically north of Portland all the way through King County, has the best shot right now at seeing that really big hail. Okay, we're talking 1 to 2 inch in diameter. About a 15 to 29% chance at seeing that. Sounds kind of low, but that is really high chances here for this area of the country. We just don't get hail like that around here. All right, current temperatures right now still in the 60s for most of us. We're going to continue to see these storms march their way north as we continue on through the night tonight, and I expect it to be very active through about 11 o'clock tonight until much of that moves its way up into Canada. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. We'll continue with showers. Tomorrow there's a chance for a stray thunderstorm, but it won't be severe. And then we'll keep with showers all the way through the middle of next week, cooling things down as well into the 50s through most of the next 7 days. Now, with more on the hail, how it forms, I want to send it on over to meteorologist Lona McCauley. She has a look at that.
Yeah, so here's the science behind the large hail. So how hail actually develops, you need really high cloud tops. So when you get those towering cumulus clouds, it gets really high up in the atmosphere, and we know that it is much colder up there. So you get the water droplets that are then carried up through that updraft past the freezing level, and it continues this cycle as that area grows bigger and bigger. So as many times as it can go through that updraft cycle, that hailstone will continue to grow and then increase, of course, in diameter until after a while it gets too heavy for the cloud base to hold on to it anymore, and it falls out the bottom. So essentially at that point, gravity kind of takes over. So when we're talking about these diameter size hails, take a look. This is what that really means. When we're talking about an inch, we're talking about the size of a quarter. And now when we get into that 2-inch diameter size hail, which we have a slight chance of seeing here perhaps this evening, we're talking about the size of a hen egg. So this is very unusual sizes for us because we typically don't see these cloud tops get so high, but all the elements are there. We're going to continue to monitor, of course, and bring you all team coverage all evening long.
Alona, thank you. A man held at gunpoint at his own home. Now police are searching for the suspects. Seattle police say they were called to a home off Aurora Avenue near Northgate just after 12:30. The homeowner, a 60-year-old man, told police when he was leaving his home, two people stopped him and forced him back inside. The suspects then ransacked the home, taking phones, keys, and other items. The man says as they left, one of them held a gun to him and escorted him outside. The homeowner managed to break free and he started running. That's when the suspects fired a single shot at him. Luckily, he wasn't hit. Seattle police say the two suspects got into a car with a possible getaway driver. So if you know anything about this, call the Violent Crimes Tip Line at 206-333-5000.
President Trump is overhauling federal elections. After the break, Washington Secretary of State Steve Hobbs explains how the executive order could impact voters here in our state.
Washington Secretary of State Steve Hobbs is reacting to President Trump's executive order on elections. The executive order would require all ballots to be received by Election Day. That means states wouldn't be able to count mail-in ballots received after Election Day, which 18 states, including ours, allow. In the 2024 general election alone, more than 250,000 Washington ballots postmarked on time arrived after Election Day. Hobbs says had this rule been in effect, all of those voices would have been silenced. The measure would also require proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. Hobbs points out that Washington residents who do not have a U.S. passport or enhanced driver's license likely will not have a qualifying document, effectively barring U.S. citizens from being able to vote. Hobbs says he'll be working closely with the Attorney General's office to ensure that every eligible Washingtonian can continue to make their voices heard.
King County Executive Dow Constantine delivered his final State of the County address. During his speech, Constantine highlighted progress made over the past 16 years with affordable housing, transit expansion, behavioral health efforts, climate change, and more. He also mentioned the Trump administration, saying empathy is an important quality to have in positions of power.
We value the people we serve. We value the public employees who devote their lives to serving the people, learning and wielding the tools of continuous improvement to ensure our work is ever more effective and always keeping oriented to that true north in everything we do. And so, friends, do not succumb to the cynicism and threats issuing from the other Washington.
Constantine also addressed his nomination for CEO of Sound Transit, giving a final farewell as King County executive.
I cannot think of a better next chapter to continue work that has been at the very heart of my public service since my council days. Should the board at its meeting tomorrow agree, it would mean leaving this office of King County executive sooner than I had planned. There will be no time for long goodbyes. So let me say goodbye now, in case I don't have another chance.
Constantine ended his speech by thanking county employees and neighbors, saying the state of King County is strong, resilient, and brimming with possibilities.
As Western Washington braces for thunder, lightning, high winds, and even hail, we pay a visit to one local community still reeling from the last powerful storm.
Staying on top of our weather alert day, the threat for strong and severe storms is increasing. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm watch from Seattle to the South Sound. So we're continuing our team coverage. Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling is driving around the South Sound, and Frankie Thompson is at Seattle City Light as the crews prepare to help with power outages.
Our Fox 13 weather team is tracking possible hail and lightning strikes. Let's bring in Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Back in now, Brian, the storm is closing in on Tacoma.
It is, yeah, and we're seeing some stronger thunderstorms moving their way through the Olympic Peninsula. This is out at Hurricane Ridge. You can kind of see that coming through. And another look from our Capitol Hill camera looking south at the dark skies that are starting to make their way toward the area. But notice the sunshine down at the bottom of your screen. Temps are still warm here at the surface. We're at 63 degrees, although those temperatures did underachieve a bit today. We were forecasting low 70s, but the clouds hung on, so that may help things out. We have not seen any severe thunderstorm warnings yet. That is some good news, but we have seen plenty of lightning now over Clackamas County. Check it out. This is near Port Angeles, and as you work your way west along the strait all the way out toward Nia Bay, some really heavy rain and some nickel-size hail falling in that area. What I'm concerned about here around the Puget Sound area is this cell that's now moving its way through Pierce County, basically stretching from Mineral up to Tacoma, and this is going to continue to bring lightning to the Tacoma area. We're going to be watching that closely. But right now, none of these storms are severe yet, and that is good news, because once they turn into severe thunderstorms, we can start to get that very large hail, and we're talking 1 to 2 inches in diameter. Damaging winds can be associated with that, over 58 miles an hour, and very frequent cloud-to-ground lightning that can be very, very dangerous. The biggest threats coming up over the next several hours, really through midnight tonight for the Puget Sound area, will be that hail, will be the strong winds, the lightning, and some heavy downpours as well. We are tracking this all evening long for you, and I'll have more coming up in just a bit.
Thank you, Brian. Let's head out to the road in the South Sound.
Last time we checked in with Jennifer Dowling, she was heading towards Yelm. So with this storm moving into Pierce County, what's the latest there?
Well, we're not seeing any indications of damage in Yelm, but there could be some impacts from the winds. But things are looking good so far. In fact, we have a double rainbow that we're looking at right now. I don't know if you can see it on our Fox 13 cams here, but it's actually quite a stunning sight. Now, the weather is still a little bit unsettled, it feels. We feel the temperature changes as we're traveling along. Sometimes we're in pockets of cold. Sometimes we're in really moist and humid conditions. And so you can tell that the weather system is pretty unsettled. We have some rain here right now. We haven't experienced any lightning. We're going to head towards the Tacoma area and see what's happening there. But we are getting some rain here and, of course, this beautiful rainbow. So if it stays like this, that's fantastic. I talked with a spokesperson from the State Emergency Management Division yesterday about how we can prepare for the oncoming storm. He says make sure to have everything charged up, keep track of all your communication devices, get those utility apps downloaded while the weather is decent. It's always a good idea to get your batteries and your flashlights and check your yards and patios, bring in lawn furniture and potted plants or other items that could get blown around in the storm. We also talked to the Pierce County Emergency Management spokesperson, Mike Halliday. He says don't forget your pets and animals, bring them inside or get them to a sheltered area as well, because large hail could accompany the storm or there could be lightning. And if the power goes out, keep your refrigerator and freezer closed. Avoid lighting candles, which can cause other issues like fire. And don't bring a gas grill or charcoal grill inside your home to heat it due to the danger of carbon monoxide poisoning. And of course, utility companies like PSE also recommend you unplug appliances that could get damaged during a power surge if the electricity goes out. So now is also a good time to gas up your car just in case the gas station down the street goes out of power. And the window, you know, you still have some time in some of these areas where there's just some light rain to kind of secure some of the last minute items if you'd like. So just be aware of your situation, aware of your surroundings. They say a tornado could be produced from the storm, although we haven't seen any evidence of that. But listen for any changes in the wind, a roar, according to those emergency managers. Also, if there is some large hail, take cover. That could also be indicative of a superstorm cell or a tornado. So emergency managers just want you to be very, very aware and secure everything just in case. Reporting live in Thurston County, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Yeah, and here in Seattle, in the Soto district, we are talking to Seattle City Light, and they say they have been planning for this storm ever since they detected it in the weather forecast. And since our last report 30 minutes ago, we have also seen a shift in the weather. The blue skies are fading away, and those dark clouds are rolling in. Behind us, these are the trucks that will be sent out in case there is a power outage or any sort of response that crews need to go to. Now, these trucks are ready to go, but they won't leave just yet until there is a power outage reported. Now, officials here say they have been preparing for a while now. Now, those preparations include making sure all trucks are well stocked with supplies and checking to see all equipment is operational. Managers say they also have extra crews and staff standing by in case the scheduled crews need extra help for responding to outages. Now, officials say right now this is a wait and see situation, but tell us they have planned for worst case scenario, as their biggest concerns for this storm are lightning strikes, strong winds, and possibly branches or trees crashing down that could snap power lines.
Whenever someone would encounter a downed wire, we say stay at least 30 feet back, call 911 immediately to report it, and never try to move a downed wire or anything that might be touching it yourself. Always treat them as highly dangerous.
Now, should there be outages, officials here at Seattle City Lights say they will work immediately to find the source of that problem and work as quickly and as safely as possible to restore the power. In the meantime, though, they are advising everyone to make sure their devices are charged, whether that's a medical device or a cell phone. Make sure those are charged just in case the electricity does go out tonight. Reporting live from Seattle's Soto District, Frankie Thompson, Fox 13 News.
Frankie, thank you. As we see more severe weather rolling north into Puget Sound, the cost of cleaning everything up remains up in the air.
Fox 13's Lauren Donovan returned to a community that is still paying to repair the damage caused by the last powerful storm system that rocked our region.
Within a mere 5-minute drive, you'll see more than a dozen. House after house after house tarped up. These days, these wooded blocks see about as many construction workers as they do dog walkers. Homeowners here have shelled out tens of thousands of dollars to rebuild. Some have made serious progress, but others expect it'll be at least a year before things go back to normal. It's been 4 months since the bomb cyclone ripped through the Miramont neighborhood just outside of Issaquah, and as you can see, homeowners are still reeling in the aftermath.
People are wondering what to do in the event of a big storm and how it might impact their home.
Contractors tell me you can tarp up a house all you want, but in humidity like this, when a thunderstorm rolls through, moisture will find a way in. Exposed sheetrock and insulation will suck it all up, and that could very well result in black mold. For that reason, I'm told many of these damaged Miramont homes are still uninhabitable. So what happens if this new system comes through the Cascades and things go from bad to worse?
If your home or property suffers damage during the windstorm, your home should be covered under your home insurance policy.
But as Aaron Van Tile with the Office of the State Insurance Commissioner points out, pre-existing damage isn't covered. Anyone already impacted by the bomb cyclone should note.
You will probably have to start something new. I think there's typically in your homeowners policy a 60-day limit from the inciting incident.
Washington's seen severe wind and rain before, but what's projected tonight is unusual.
Yeah, this is the first time I can remember tornado damage coming up. But wind, hail, any of those are covered under the same basic peril coverage.
Aaron says if he can leave home and car owners with one piece of advice ahead of any aftermath, it's this.
And make sure it's going to be cost effective for you to file that claim. If there's damage to your home and you file a claim and it's not covered, even if your claim is denied, that will still go on the claims history for your insurance company. And so that could impact your rates, your premiums going forward.
Reporting in Miramont, Lauren Donovan, Fox 13 News.
And with severe weather patterns changing by the minute, stay up to date on every development through our Fox Local app. We have full live weather coverage on the app from 7 to 9 tonight with our Fox 13 weather team. So even if you lose your power, you can still watch them live on your phone. You can also see all our news stories on the Fox Local app. The best part, it's completely free. You can download it to your mobile phone and all streaming platforms.
Drivers could be paying more at the pump this summer as an increase to the state's gas tax is on the table to close a $1 billion gap in transportation spending. Reporter Albert James shows us why some lawmakers are pushing up an already high gas tax and the mixed response coming from legislative Republicans.
This is unprecedented in terms of where we're at in transportation.
Legislative leaders on both sides of the aisle say the current resources available aren't enough to meet the state's transportation needs. They say increases in construction costs have created a $1 billion shortfall that could balloon up to $4 billion in 6 years. While they're proposing various different cuts and ways to streamline construction, they say they ultimately need more money.
If we were to use our existing resources alone, it would mean significant delays to projects all over the state. It would mean suspending workforce development initiatives at ferries and state patrol, and it would mean inadequate transportation system for Washingtonians.
To bring in more revenue, the two chambers offer different solutions, like the Senate authorizing tolls on State Route 520 beyond the floating bridge, and the House implementing an annual fee for more fuel-efficient cars. However, both proposals include an increase to the state's gas tax. Currently, Washington has the country's third highest tax at 49 cents a gallon, last increased in 2016. The Senate proposal would increase that by 6 cents in July, while the House would add 9 cents. Both would annually index to inflation in the years after.
Nobody likes to raise taxes. You know, my side doesn't like to raise taxes, but you know, the realities of life are what they are, and in order to make this system work, it takes money.
While the gas tax increase has some Republican buy-in, not everyone on the right is sold. House Transportation Ranking Member Andrew Barkas says the gas tax, along with other proposed fees and taxes from the transportation and operating budgets, all come at a bad time.
Washington State is feeling the pressures of how expensive it is to live, to work here. And when you look at the environment right now with what's coming in the next 30 days, with all these tax proposals that are being put forth, this is just not the right time to be talking about increasing that pressure on the people of Washington.
Barkas says the state should instead look at repurposing Climate Commitment Act funds, though Democrats are opposed to that idea. The Republican says he'll push for alternatives, as a lot can change between these initial proposals and the final budget.
I'm going to try to make sure that we do not impose the burdens on them that we're seeing right now to make it more expensive to live here in Washington State.
Both transportation proposals are set to be voted at a committee by the end of the week. Then comes floor votes and later a conference committee to reconcile their differences and pass one budget by the end of the session. At the state capitol in Olympia, I'm Albert James reporting.
Well, turning now to the state of Washington hospitals, the finances, I should say. The Washington State Hospital Association says hospitals across our state have navigated a lot of challenges after the pandemic as COVID money was drying up. And while things did begin to stabilize, now they're facing a new challenge from budget proposals in Olympia. They say it includes significant cuts and new taxes. The WHSA estimates the total impact will be between $280 million to $330 million in fewer resources available to deliver care.
These budget cuts by the state legislature threaten to roll back progress and threaten that local access to care. And as I mentioned before, when you lose a health service, you don't just lose it for people on Medicaid or state employees or whoever it is that's being addressed. You lose it for the whole community.
She says if the budget cuts go through, it could lead to longer wait times for services and appointments, as well as layoffs. She also notes that potential cuts from the federal level as well would make the situation even more challenging.
Olympic National Park is looking for volunteers to clean up the coast. This is their annual cleanup event to remove marine debris from the park's wild coastline. This year's work will be on beaches near Mora and Cowlitz on April 19th. Walk-up registration will be available, but it is not guaranteed. You can register to volunteer online until April 6th. We put a link on our website. That's fox13seattle.com.
We're on the eve of the season opener in Seattle. The Mariners hold a workout at T-Mobile, and we hear from the Mariners skipper on tomorrow's big day. According to some sources, the Seattle Mariners are 25-1 odds to win the World Series in 2025. And the quest to get there starts tomorrow. That's when the Mariners will hold its season opener at T-Mobile Stadium against the Athletics. Today, the team held their first workout since returning from spring training in Arizona. Logan Gilbert will take the mound tomorrow, getting the nod as the opener day starter. With the young pitching staff and returning stars like Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh, the team's excited to get the season going.
I think our guys are ready to go. It's exciting to be at this point and to be able to get ready to go watch them do what they do, because it's a great group of guys. It's a bunch of guys that have worked really, really hard, and you know, when the season starts, that's kind of your payoff, and it's time to go, and I know they're ready to go.
Former Mariners star player and soon-to-be Hall of Famer Ichiro Suzuki will throw out the first pitch tomorrow. The game is scheduled to start at 7:10. And a reminder, join us for Mariners opening day. We'll be live at T-Mobile Park all day long with a look at what fans can expect this season, including new food, some fun giveaways, and a lot more. Plus, we have exclusive interviews you won't see anywhere else. That's Thursday, all day, right here on Fox 13. The Club World Cup takes place this summer, and we now know the breakdown of what each team will make for participating in the big event. The Sounders will earn $9.55 million just for showing up. The winner can earn up to $125 million if they come up champions. The Sounders Club World Cup matches will be on June 15th, June 19th, and June 23rd at Lumen Field.
Check this out, a double rainbow over Seattle this morning. We caught this on a DLT camera just before 10 a.m. That was back when we had sunshine and lots of it earlier today instead of these approaching severe storms. Tonight, severe weather comes as the cherry blossoms emerge at UW. Here's a live look from campus. Wow, what a difference a few days could make. The trees haven't hit peak bloom just quite yet. That's when at least 70% of the buds have emerged. How long the bloom lasts depends on weather, with cooler temps and less rain helping them stick around longer. We'll just have to wait and see how tonight's storms impact the cherry trees. This year marks the 4th annual U District Cherry Blossom Festival. It runs through April 6th. The LaConner Daffodil Festival is underway right now, and those flowers are in peak season. It runs through the end of the month, and then tulips take center stage in Skagit Valley. Fox 13's Abby Coney stopped by the daffodil fields this morning as flower farmers race for tonight's severe weather.
The tulips here in the Skagit Valley always get a lot of love and attention every April, but the daffodil fields here in March are equally impressive. Here at Roosengard in the Skagit Valley, there are about 350 to 400 acres of daffodils to enjoy. And to put that into perspective, that's more than the about 175 acres of tulips they grow. There are about 50 varieties of daffodils grown here, including the Dutch Master, which is the world's most popular daffodil. Other varieties like the Flower Carpet and Standard Value are featured here as well. The owner of Roosengard is hoping that hail doesn't form over the Skagit Valley tonight. While he says daffodils are more resilient to hail, he says that tulips are vulnerable to damage.
Hail. We hope hail does not happen. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, we get that. The tulips handle that just fine. They almost love it, actually. So hail is the one thing we'd prefer to avoid. It can cause some damage to the tulips, the leaves, the buds. As far as visitors for the tulip bloom, they're not going to notice that, but as growers, it is something that will affect the crop, so we'd prefer to stay away from it.
Roosen says he expects the daffodil fields to be in peak bloom through about the first week of April. He says the tulips might start to bloom the first week of April, but as always, the timing of the peak bloom is weather dependent. According to Roosengard, there are more tulip and daffodil bulbs that are produced here than in any other county in the United States. Reporting from the LaConner Daffodil Festival, Abby Acone, Fox 13 News.
And we're still looking at an active night ahead. We've got strong thunderstorms moving through parts of western Washington, including Port Angeles as we speak. We'll time out the rest of the night coming up.
Taking a look outside again, we're tracking a severe thunderstorm watch as storms head through Thurston and Pierce counties right now.
Fox 13 meteorologist Ilona McCauley joining us. Ilona, when will the worst hit us?
Yeah, we're still seeing multiple different areas that we're tracking through the Seattle metro locations, though. We are looking at later this evening, so somewhere between about 8 to 9 p.m. So let's look right now at the storms that are currently on the radar. So we have this one system that's been slowly progressing its way northward now for the last couple of hours. It is just about over Port Angeles, so we're getting some reports of very heavy downpours of rain, nickel-size hail, and very frequent lightning in those locations. It is moving very fast, though, to the north, right around 35 miles an hour, so this is going to be exiting pretty quickly. The other spot that we're currently tracking is right down here. So Tacoma right now, you've got some heavier downpours of rain just about over I-5, as well as some lightning being reported there. So if you're driving just outside to the north of the city of Tacoma up along the interstate, it is likely that you're driving through some heavier downpours of rain. There is still a few scattered thunderstorms back off to the south, as you can see. The general direction of all of these will be from the south moving up to the north. There is still plenty of energy that we are tracking, so you can continue to see still isolated thunderstorms that are popping up, and we'll continue that northerly motion for the remainder of the evening. Here's a look at that severe thunderstorm watch. Again, we've been talking about how rare this is for us, really the first time in decades that we have seen one here in the Seattle metro locations. It's going to remain in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. We're still looking for the potential for some large hail, the damaging winds over 58 miles an hour, as well as the frequent lightning, which we are certainly seeing showing up on the radar as of right now. Now, the current temperatures are sitting in the 50s and 60s. So the one thing that we didn't get quite today earlier was that warmth. So we were missing some of those 70s and the record warmth that we were thinking. That may help us out a bit for keeping that hail more in check for today, and instead not growing as large as we were originally anticipating. But nonetheless, we are going to be watching for some pretty strong storms to come through here. So just a reminder for that severe weather risk. We are still under a slight risk for severe weather for the remainder of the night and into about midnight or so. That does include Seattle and southward. So the things that we're looking for are the frequent lightning, which we're seeing with these line of thunderstorms moving through, gusty winds as well, especially with some of those stronger systems, especially with that line that we were just watching moving through Port Angeles. Large hail is still a good possibility, probably closer to the 1-inch size. So we've been talking about some quarters, pea size to up to about nickel size hail. A 1-inch diameter hail would be closer to about a quarter. So we'll keep that we'll be watching it for the remainder of the night. Tornadoes still are possible, although it is a very, very slight risk for them. Nonetheless, we'll keep a very close eye. Here is a look at the futurecast for the timing. So as we mentioned, as we get to about 8, 9 o'clock, it'll start to move through parts of the Seattle locations and then continue its way northward through the remainder of the night, and then exiting by the time we get into early tomorrow morning. A much quieter day in store for us, with just a stray thunderstorm possible for Thursday.
Well, Fox 13 will be back with more live team coverage on Fox 13 Plus at 9 o'clock and right here on Fox 13 at 10 o'clock. But our work doesn't stop. Coming up in just a few moments on the Fox local app, meteorologist Alona McCauley and Fox 13 Stephen Kilbreth will bring us up-to-the-minute updates on the storm and where it could be headed next. That app is free to download on your smartphone and all streaming devices. Just look for the Fox local app. It's also streaming on our Fox 13 Seattle YouTube channel. So, thanks for joining us.
We'll see you on the local app next and at 9 and 10 tonight. Good night and stay safe.
renewal of the Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act was raised as a matter of critical importance to trade for ourselves and for all CARICOM member states. We also explored means to attract increased U.S. investment into Jamaica's emerging sectors. With our stable macroeconomic framework and positive growth trajectory, Jamaica is open for enhanced U.S. investment across multiple sectors, including energy and nearshoring. In terms of logistics, the discussion touched on working with U.S. companies to leverage Jamaica's location. Jamaica's work as a major logistics hub for global trade. On labor issues, the United States and Jamaica have enjoyed an 80-year-old relationship in terms of bilateral labor agreements, where we provide short-term skilled and semi-skilled labor in sectors such as agriculture and hospitality. We discuss ways to expand and enhance these agreements, including skills development partnerships to upskill and reskill Jamaican workers.
From the Fox Local Live Desk here in Seattle, I'm Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan, and we are tracking a potential for some severe weather here moving its way into the Puget Sound area this evening. And let's get right to I'm going to start things over here for you. Here, it looks like my microphone cut out. I'm Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan from the Fox Local Live Desk. Let's get right to it here. I want to take a look at your forecast. We're going to start with a look at your radar. And right now, heading through Pierce County and into King County is where we are seeing some of these stronger thunderstorm cells rolling through. The good news I have for you so far, if you've been paying attention to our forecast over the past 48 hours, is that we have not had any severe thunderstorm warnings yet. That is yet, because we still have a chance for that coming up over the next few hours. Right now, most of the action is heading through Pierce County. I want to zoom in here along the Olympic Peninsula, where up towards Port Angeles, they're finally getting a reprieve as we saw some real strong, heavy rain, some nickel-sized hail, and some strong lightning out in that area. Where we're seeing most of the action is running through Pierce County into the Tacoma area and now continuing on up toward Vashon Island. You can see out just west of Seattle, a lightning strike over the Puget Sound, just east of the Kitsap Peninsula over the water. That's kind of out in the Elliott Bay area there. And then down towards Tacoma, we're seeing a few lightning strikes. This we can handle this, okay? But the heavy downpours that are associated with this typically and the potential for some hail is of concern because we are still kind of on the back end here of our evening commute down in that area, and these could strengthen as they continue to push their way north, so we'll be watching that closely. Still have a lot of available moisture down south. This is all going to be moving its way north between Kelso and Salem. And you can see some heavier showers moving their way through the Salem area. Now, the good news is as we look out along the Oregon coast, the shower activity that we're seeing kind of along just south of Tillamook here and heading into Newport is some onshore flows. Now those showers are easing up. That onshore flow, that cooler air down towards the surface kind of kills off this potential for thunderstorms because you need the surface to be a little bit on the warmer side and the cool air above to get that strong uplift, to get the wind coming from the surface up to the sky. So right now what we're dealing with is, yes, some stronger thunderstorms here. I'm going to zoom into the greater Seattle area where we saw just a few lightning strikes. They're out towards Elliott Bay. So if you're one of our viewers out in the West Seattle area, or perhaps just south out towards SeaTac and then continuing on into Federal Way and Tacoma, that's where we've been seeing the most recent lightning strikes. This is pretty rare. We have not had a severe thunderstorm watch in decades in Seattle. These are issued by the this is issued by the SPC, and they are based out of Norman, Oklahoma. And they take a look at the entire country here. And most of the time, they're focused on the south or on the Great Plains when we see thunderstorms roll through those areas. But the Storm Prediction Center has predicted a severe thunderstorm potential in King County, Pierce County, down towards Thurston County, Lewis County, and then down into the greater Portland metro area. And with this, large hail is certainly possible, 1 to 2 inches in diameter, although we haven't seen anything that big quite yet. That's good news. There's still time, though. Damaging winds can result from severe thunderstorms over 58 miles an hour. And those are typically straight line winds, and straight line winds are different than tornadic winds because, well, they're in a straight line. So you can get these really strong, quick hitting gusts that can do a lot of damage in a short period of time, and also, of course, that frequent lightning that comes with these storms. The yellow area on the left side of your screen is the area that's been kind of highlighted here over the past 24 to 36 hours. Gives us a slight risk of severe thunderstorms. And you may be thinking, oh, slight? Well, that's not that big of a deal. Yes, but that's a level 2 out of 5 levels, and we rarely see that kind of severe weather risk here around the Puget Sound area in particular, but anywhere in the Pacific Northwest. With that, I think our chance for tornadoes is very low, very slight, maybe a 2 to 4% chance for a tornado to touch down today. What we have a better chance of seeing is large hail, strong gusty winds, and then lightning. Lightning will be the big thing. I think a lot of us will be seeing that here as we continue on through the evening. As far as the hail goes, the hatched area, which is the area where you have the little black lines, has the best chance at seeing large hail. Right now, that yellow area has a chance, a 15 to 29% chance of seeing at least a hail of at least an inch in diameter. And that is really big for this area. Last time we had a hailstone that measured over an inch in our area was down in Lewis County. That was back in 2017. So it's been about 8 years since we've seen hail this big. So far, what we've seen is out along the Olympic Peninsula, we've seen some nickel-size hail. That's what we've seen so far. Current temperatures right now are back down into the 50s for Seattle, Everett, and Arlington. We're still in the 60s, though, in Renton, Tacoma, Olympia, and Puyallup. And what we're going to see here through the rest of the night, this is kind of the sweet spot now. Between now and 10 o'clock tonight, we're going to be seeing these storms lift from south to north. And we'll continue to see these through about midnight tonight. Most of the action, though, will have pushed north of Seattle by the time we get into the 11 o'clock hour this evening. And then that will continue on up into Canada. And then folks up in Canada are going to be dealing with this as we get into the overnight period. Things will settle down as we bring back that cooler air, that more onshore flow here down in the Puget Sound lowlands. So things look better. We could still see an isolated thunderstorm overnight or even into tomorrow, but it certainly does look a lot more calm as we get into your Thursdays. That is what we're looking at right now. The good news that I have for you is that we have not had any severe thunderstorm warnings yet. Here in western Washington or even down in western Oregon. Things have been kind of a bust down in that area. Tomorrow's forecast will get us into the 50s for most spots. Again, a stray thunderstorm is possible. Upper 50s down in South King County. We're at 60 in Renton tomorrow, 60 in Kent. So certainly cooler than we were today as that cold air pushes in. And here is your 7-day forecast as we continue on through the end of the week and into the weekend. We're going to be looking at fewer showers for Saturday and Sunday. Sunday looks like our warmest day coming up over the next 7 days, but a far cry from what we've seen here the past couple of days. All right, we have reporters out and about here this evening, and I want to send it to AJ Janavel, who's been talking to folks about the hail and storm prep.
Just listen to that. That's hail from a few weeks ago, hammering down in West Seattle. And experts say this is nothing in comparison to what's expected on Wednesday.
We could see hailstones as big as an inch to up to 2 inches in diameter. And that's really, really big for this area. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That could mean trouble for a lot of people in Western Washington.
Kind of really like this color because I think it really pops with the truck cover we're trying to sell.
David Wang was taking some glamour shots of his new truck bed cover prototype he created. He had plans to take the car all over the area to get pictures until I told him about the forecast.
I'm gonna be out here all day, honestly, but if that's the case, we're gonna head out home early just to try to get the nice show car protected, right?
I also spoke to some local dealerships who tell me they have no options to protect the dozens of cars parked on their show lots.
We're talking about hail that is an inch in diameter, for comparison, about the size of a quarter. Or 2 inches in diameter, which is about the size of an egg.
Hail can be extremely damaging to your car, your home, and certainly yourself.
State Farm reports a nationwide billion-dollar increase in hail damage claims they paid out from 2021 to 2022. Jennifer Houghton with Pemco Insurance tells me hail coverage is not usually included in basic plans.
It's a good idea to check your coverage, and if you don't have hail coverage, consider adding it as quickly as you can.
Reporting in Seattle, AJ Janavel, Fox 13 News.
Thanks, AJ, for that. And we're going to be continuing to cover this here throughout the evening tonight as thunderstorms and a potential for severe thunderstorms pushes its way into the greater Puget Sound area and western Washington as a whole. More on this and an update on your forecast coming up here in just a few minutes. Millen here in the Fox Local live desk, and I want to get back to a look outside right now because we are seeing some very heavy downpours at SeaTac Airport. Look at that shot. That got dark real quick down at the airport. Temperatures back down into the mid-50s, but that is looking dark and stormy. We have seen some lightning strikes already on some of our sky cams, including our stadium camera out there near Lumen Field, and we've seen a couple of lightning strikes here at SeaTac Airport. We're going to be monitoring some of the flights coming in and out of SeaTac as these cells move through. But potential for some severe weather tonight in western Washington. We don't often get to talk about severe weather here in the Pacific Northwest because our weather is so stable oftentimes. We have this ocean that's just, not too far away, keeps our temperatures more moderate. But on a day like today, where we've had warm air down at the surface, very chilly air riding above, we get that updraft, and with that you can get these really strong convective storms. This is what we've been dealing with here. Portland kind of got skunked so far in regards to the thunderstorms, just a few thunderstorms on the east side out towards the Columbia River Gorge areas like Troutdale. But right now I want to zoom in to Thurston County and Pierce County. You're seeing some heavier rainfall through Olympia and Tacoma, and you go just a little farther north out towards SeaTac, and that's where we're seeing some lightning here. I'm going to zoom into that particular area right now. Let's get in there a little tighter, and you see some of that red on the screen from basically Federal Way through SeaTac, getting at the very least some lightning. We're also seeing some pea-sized hail. Just reports just came in a little bit ago out in the Tacoma area of pea-sized hail. And as we work our way a little farther east, out towards Enumclaw, I know we have a lot of viewers out that direction as well. We're seeing some lightning strikes, some heavy rain, heavy downpours. The good news is that none of these yet have turned severe. So that's good news. Up toward Issaquah, also a few strikes in just the past 15 minutes. And if you're in the Seattle area, and I'm talking about the greater Lake Washington area, you've been seeing some lightning strikes off to the west. Currently over Elliott Bay, we've been seeing those over the past 15 minutes. You work your way a little bit farther north up towards Edmonds. We just had a couple of lightning strikes over the past 15 minutes there. So everybody's starting to see the beginnings of what will continue to be a light show throughout the night. I want to go down south, show you where all the available moisture and how that's looking. All this down in the Portland metro area is going to continue to push its way north coming up over the next couple of hours. So we'll be continuing to see waves of heavier moisture moving through. But the Seattle area already seeing a lot more than what we had down in Portland. Now you go north of Everett, and we've got nothing to report right now up towards Bellingham and most of Skagit County. Your turn is going to come a little bit later on this evening. But again, most of the action right now is in King County, Pierce County, and then parts of Thurston County, where we're seeing some heavier rainfall. This is the first time that we have had a severe thunderstorm watch in Seattle in decades. And with this, we could see large hail 1 to 2 inches in diameter, damaging winds potentially if we get a severe thunderstorm. We have not had that yet, but there is still time to see something pop up here over the next few hours. The biggest risks are going to be that risk of large hail. Got about a 1 in 3 chance of seeing some hail that will measure an inch or larger for that yellow area. And then high winds associated with these thunderstorms. Those high winds are straight line winds. They're not like tornado winds where they're circular, but this is more straight line winds. It can be very, very gusty in a very short period of time. And we're talking gusts over 60 miles an hour, very localized. On top of that, lightning. That's going to be more widespread this evening. Everybody's going to be hearing the thunder. Everybody's going to be seeing the flashes here around the Tacoma and Seattle areas over the next few hours. All right, here's the hail outlook. The percentages that you see on the screen are the chance of hail at an inch or bigger. And right now, that hashed area, which is the black lines, basically stretches from King County all the way down to the Oregon-Washington border. That area has a chance at seeing even larger hail than an inch. So we're talking 2 inches in diameter, which is about the size of a chicken egg. And we got about a 1 in 3 chance of seeing that. So we'll see how things pan out. I want to talk a little bit about how hail forms. That could be one of our biggest issues this evening. Right now, we've just seen reports of pea-sized hail around the Puget Sound area, and we've had nickel-sized hail so far along the Olympic Peninsula. But hail forms as frozen water droplets are swept up by what's called updrafts. And we get those updrafts, those strong winds that start at the ground and head up into the sky. Those are created by a difference in temperature typically, okay? So we get the warm air down below, we get the cooler air aloft, and that rising air, very fast rising air, can help push those frozen water droplets back up into the clouds. Then they get coated with another layer of ice, then they fall back down, then they get blown back up, coated with another layer of ice. It keeps happening over and over and over again until that hailstone is heavy enough to where the updrafts can't keep it up in the sky any longer, and if gravity takes over, it finally makes its way to the ground. The stronger the wind, the stronger the updrafts, the longer it stays up, the more coats of ice it gets, and that's how we get those really big hailstones. So how strong do these updrafts need to be? Well, to become nickel size, like what we saw out on the Olympic Peninsula just a little bit ago, you had to have 45, 46 mile an hour winds to kick those little ice pellets back up into the clouds. To get what we could expect here this evening, which would be quarter size, has to be almost 50 mile an hour winds. And to get those egg size, 69 mile an hour updrafts. Incredibly strong for this area of the country. We'll see if that pans out. And here's a look at the hail sizes. So it becomes severe when it is bigger than a quarter. So that would be an inch in diameter. Very, very rare in this area to get quarter size hail. Last time we did it was back in 2017. That was out in Lewis County when the last time we actually measured a hailstone that was bigger than an inch. But it's been 8 years, and I can't remember a time in recorded history where we had anything bigger than that. I'm sure we have, but a 2-inch hen egg size hailstone in western Washington would be something else. That's very, very rare for our area. Mid to upper 50s right now. We're into the 60s in Renton and Olympia. Our future cast will continue to spin in this moisture from the south. We can get several rounds of it, so you'll get some lightning, then things may calm down a little bit, and then we'll likely have another round or two before things settle down after 11 o'clock this evening in the Seattle area. But if you're up to the north and you've seen nothing right now, up towards Bellingham and Skagit County, Mount Vernon, out towards the San Juans, your action will be later on this evening, and I'm talking around 9, 10, 11, midnight, somewhere in there, as this continues to move its way up into Canada. So we're going to be continuing to see this throughout the night tonight. All right, let's get to tomorrow's forecast. We're back into the 50s for most of us. South King County will be into the upper 50s and low 60s. We're going to be looking at upper 50s and low 60s down in Pierce County as well. Things really settle down over the next few days. And we're going to be looking at fewer showers heading into your weekend, and it'll be a much calmer weekend as well. Sunday looks like our warmest day coming up over the next week. If you're heading to the Mariners game tomorrow evening, give me a close call. I wouldn't be surprised if they do close the roof just in case, but I'll have some stray showers hanging on potentially there for first pitch. All right, I want to send it out to reporter Lauren Donovan, who's been talking to folks out on the east side about how they are prepping for the storm.
If your home or property suffers damage during the windstorm, your home should be covered under your home insurance policy. Damage caused by wind and hail would be covered, but that won't.
High winds. Thunder, lightning, hail, and high winds.
Wow.
Just as we do with all storms.
And we've been watching some of the lightning strikes here on some of our cameras as well. I want to take a look at that. We can just kind of talk over what's happening right now. But this is our Queen Anne camera. Great view of the downtown core. Starting to see some lightning move through the area. And, you know, we've been waiting for this to push its way north. The Portland metro area really didn't see much. That was where we kind of expected all this to start brewing. And now up here, oh, there you go. How about that?
Yeah, and we are, just to give you an update too, I mean, we've got our crews spread out over the city. So we have Mia Wong, who is headed over toward closer to the SeaTac area, and also the Lumen Field, the Soto area, looking to see what conditions are like there. Lauren Donovan has been out riding around, and I believe Jennifer Dowling has been out in Pierce County for the better part of the day, taking a look at conditions in Olympia. So we're starting to get a lot more pictures coming in from the reporters. We'll of course have all of the details and those pictures coming up starting at 9 o'clock this evening. But yeah, looking at some of these live cameras, some pretty impressive rainfall totals coming down now, as well as that big light show. We've got those thunder, those lightning strikes are all along. In fact, if you're driving along I-5 right now, anywhere from about Olympia through Tacoma, even into parts of the southern portions of the Seattle metro locations, it is very heavy rainfall all along that I-5 corridor right now. We just got another lightning strike that appeared in real time on the radar. And of course, take a look. I want to also point out toward areas of the foothill community. So just really straddling the I-90 area. So we've got some heavier downpours of rain just to the south there of North Bend. So as we zoom in there, you can see that we're talking about Miramont as well as Riverbend. This is all slowly pushing its way northward though, so these systems are moving relatively quickly. It will be crossing over the I-90 here in just a short time. You can see that other system currently just to the north of Issaquah. You're hearing some thunder and lightning as well in Carnation, which we know flooded from that atmospheric river just for this past weekend. And starting to hear some additional activity now as well in the North Sound with that cell that is developing just to the east, rather the west of Linn.
Yeah, it's like Mukilteo and Edmonds area. They're just right
on the river, right
on the sound. Yeah. I'm sure the view from the beach is something else right now.
Don't be outside though. Don't want you out on the beach.
No, and you know, and that's a good thing to mention. Lightning can be very dangerous. You know, of course, we talked about the hail, the very slight potential for a tornado. But you know, the lightning can be very dangerous, especially when it becomes widespread like this.
Absolutely.
We're talking about cloud to ground lightning here, folks. And with that, as we back up here, and I want to take a look at the Queen Anne camera once again, because I'm sure we're going to be seeing another lightning strike on this here shortly. But that can be very dangerous. I know a lot of schools ended up canceling their outdoor activities tonight.
Yeah.
Good call on that. Because one, you don't want anybody to get hit by lightning nowadays, especially out on a big soccer field or something like that.
Yeah, and also Stephen Kilbreth is here too, and so he is actually checking on.
We are good. We are good. Just a bit safer now that we are under some cover from the light show.
I know you hear Frankie Thompson here in our ear right now as we take a look at another lightning strike from downtown Seattle. You can hear her, she's getting ready. We'll be getting a live report from her here shortly. But yeah, right now on the radar, we are seeing plenty of available moisture still working its way south of us down into the Portland area. All of that is going to be moving its way north. When will this end? This will end when that last little bit of moisture that's just south of Portland right now finally makes its way up toward us and out of the picture. So we're in the sweet spot right now for what could potentially be some severe thunderstorms. The good news, Alona, is that we haven't seen any severe thunderstorm warnings
yeah, I think
yet.
we're ready. Are we ready?
That is good news, because that means we haven't seen that really big hail that we were worried about, and we haven't seen those strong straight line winds either.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that kind of saved us, if you will, from that larger hail is that the temperatures did not get quite as hot, quite as warm today as we were originally anticipating and forecasting. Those clouds earlier this morning just hung on for a longer period of the day, so that really kind of capped the warming, and we kept in some locations really just to the 60s. So that kind of helped us out without getting those clouds to tower up too much and really get those updrafts that you were talking about to grow those hailstones to that 1 and 2 inch diameter size hail that we were really concerned about and doing a lot of damage. We're getting a note.
We are
here
in the
from
Soto
Steven.
district.
Okay, arriving flights into SeaTac International Airport are now being held. So not a full ground stop. We don't have any word on departures right now, but nothing as of right now is being able to land currently at SeaTac.
That's interesting. I mean, that shows just how significant things are right now. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch things over to our SeaTac Airport camera so you can actually see what's happening there right now. And there it is. Yeah. So heavy downpours right now at SeaTac, and we've been seeing lots of lightning strikes there. All right. We're going to send it on out to Frankie Thompson now. She is live in Soto, where it is coming down good. And Frankie, what are you seeing out there right now?
Yeah, well, the rain has definitely picked up. It's pouring down. The wind is gushing through, but the lightning has been the story out here in Seattle's Soto district. We've seen lightning strikes left and right. The thunder is roaring out here. We actually are now under the West Seattle Bridge. We had to take cover because the lightning was coming down so much in this area, and you could just hear the rain just gushing down. Now we are outside of Seattle City Light, of their facility in the Soto district. At last check, Seattle City Light is now seeing at least 905 customers that are experiencing outages in this storm as it is kicking up right now. So we know that crews are going to be on their way out there to see where the response is needed and how they can quickly and safely work to restore power. I don't know if you can see all of the rain that's coming down here, but we're continuing to see lightning strikes as they are just flashing in the sky here in Soto, followed by those roars of thunder. We are going to send it back to you all so we can get a better shot of exactly what is happening here in the weather. But again, at last check, Seattle City Light is experiencing at least 905 customer power outages according to their outage map. We're going to monitor that as well as conditions out here. For now, we're going to send it back to you on the Fox Local Live Desk.
Wow, really coming down out there. Frankie, thank you so much. Yeah, we're monitoring the lightning strikes that are hitting King County and Pierce County right now. And, you know, we're just going to keep taking a look at some of our area live cameras. We're going to go back out to some of our live reporters coming up here as well. This is another shot from the Soto area out just north of Lumen Field, looking down on Lumen Field from our stadium camera. The rain coming down hard on the stadium. We've seen lots of lightning strikes from this angle as well.
And yeah, this is pretty much the timing that we were expecting to see through much of the Seattle metro locations. Was right in between that 7 to...
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Wow.
Between the 7 and really 8 to 8:30 hours. So a lot of the forecasting is spot on with the timing of these coming through.
You know, we don't usually peel behind the curtain here very much, but, you know, we look at weather models, right? We look at everything that we can. We have tons of weather models and various runs of these weather models that we look at. And they did really well with this as far as the timing of when this moisture was going to arrive. What they didn't do so well at is the temperatures today, because the warmer the temperatures here at the surface, the more likely to bring in some of that more severe weather tonight. And because temperatures were a little cooler, because the clouds hung on longer than expected here, that actually helped us out, I think, at least for now, get away with not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings quite yet.
Yeah, because again, one of the really big concerns was the possibility for that large hail. Talking about the potential for 1 to 2 inches in diameter. And typically with those type of hailstone sizes, you need a cloud.
I'm going to hold the microphone.
Quite high.
What's your name? How do you spell it?
Blow the hail.
Salah, S-A-L-A-H.
What's your last name?
F-A-R-A-H.
All right, so you were just walking out in the rain. What's the weather been like for you during your walk?
I mean,
yeah. And today, I think we topped out around
It
64
was cool,
at SeaTac. There were some spots that did hit 70. Here in the background, you hear some of our other reporters gearing up for another live shot for us here, and we'll get to them shortly. Let's zoom in right now down into the South Sound, where we are still seeing some heavier showers moving their way through Tacoma and Olympia. And right now, where we're seeing the bulk of the action is right near the downtown core and out towards Snoqualmie. So right along that I-90 stretch. Let's see if I could zoom in here a little bit more out towards the Snoqualmie area and the downtown core. There you go. And you see that. Soto area, several lightning strikes out towards Bellevue now, and then continuing on up near the Cascade foothills as you work your way into eastern King County there toward Carnation.
Yeah, so definitely on the east side, if you're out and about, it is time to come inside. We're getting lightning strikes that are just very much in the vicinity and a little too close for comfort at this point in time as well. And as you mentioned, we're tracking another system there, another cell, if you will, that is right around the Mukilteo and Edmonds waterfront area. Definitely not a night to be out on the beach.
No.
I know you're probably tempted to watch this amazing light show that we're getting, but safety is priority number one. So it is time to come inside and take cover at this point.
Yeah, and you know what? You can watch it through your windows at home, and unless something more happens. Down to the south in the greater Portland metro area, I know we have some folks watching us from down there as well. You got away with not really seeing much activity down in that area today. Did have a few lightning strikes out over the Coast Range. We had some over on the east side out towards Troutdale as well, and along the Columbia River Gorge. But most of the action has been actually up here in the Puget Sound area and over the Olympic Peninsula.
So what is interesting is that if you go back down to the radar just to the south, what we are seeing still is the signature with some of those moderate to heavier downpours of rain, but what's missing at this point in time is the lightning there, which maybe overall is showing that the atmosphere is trying to stabilize just a bit.
Yeah.
And so we don't have quite the intensity off to the south as what we are looking at currently in the downtown Seattle area.
I want to get to, real quick, I want to get to another one of our live cameras here because we a bunch of them around the area. Let's do, maybe we'll pop up the that has been very impressive. That is one of ours. Ooh, and you know what? We are here. Yeah, we are here. It's very interesting. Yeah, we're starting to hear. It's funny seeing it on the radar, and then we start to hear it back here at the station. All right, let me bring this up for you. Our Queen Anne camera. This is from Cary Park, looking at the downtown core. This has been one of our best cameras here throughout the evening, where we've been seeing lots of lightning strikes.
Just an update on some of the area roadways as well. So Stephen Kilbreth has been keeping a very close eye on the WashDOT cameras and updating us. So far, no reports of any type of incidents on the area roadways. We are getting a lot of standing water, though. Folks are hopefully slowing down and driving for the conditions. Flights are going to be held now at Seattle. They're going to be held at their origin. So again, no arriving flights at this point.
Well, that means if they're being held at origin, that means that they're being delayed. If you're flying into Seattle, let's say from California or something like that, they're being held at their airport. You can't leave, and you can hear right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's some hail hitting our roof right now.
There is. The other update that we're getting is that the flights that are trying to currently arrive into SeaTac International Airport are circling. So they're trying to wait until the worst of the storm does pass over so that they can try to get in and land safely. Again, if you're driving at this point in time, really looking for some heavy rainfall along the I-90 stretch there, where we're getting some reports of that moderate rainfall. Zooming into Seattle right now, really through the core here, we're going to have some issues on maybe I-5.
Yeah.
Just slow down, drive for the conditions. We don't have any flash flood warnings issued. We don't even have a flash flood watch at this point in time. It is just coming down with some periods of very heavy rainfall, and that is going to create some slowing on the road. So just make sure you're driving for the conditions.
And the bottom line right now is that we're getting quite a show. Okay, we're getting a lightning show, and no severe weather quite yet, meaning that we don't have that really big hail. We don't have, we're not seeing the strong straight line winds. At least no reports of that yet. We've had some decent size hail. We had nickel size hail at one point. We had some pea-size hail reported out in Tacoma and out in Renton, but overall, we're actually looking halfway decent when it comes to severe weather. This is still significant, though. We don't often see widespread lightning around the greater Seattle area, so we're going to be dealing with that coming up here over the next couple of hours. We've talked about this a little bit, but this is our first severe thunderstorm watch that we've had in Seattle in decades. We've been talking with the Storm Prediction Center. We've been talking with the National Weather Service as well. And we asked them, when was the last time we had one of these? Because a lot of folks can't remember the last time. We may have had one in 1999, but that's in question as well. So it may be well before that, too. Bottom line is, these are rare. These are rare. Yeah. It has been at least 26 years, maybe even longer than that. But this means, yes, we do have that chance for large hail. I'm hearing the hail on our roof right now here through downtown Seattle, and that's all due to this right here. I'll zoom in one more time. We're seeing it through the downtown core. By the way, any of this lightning that you are seeing right now through downtown Seattle is going to move its way north. So if you live in, let's say, Northgate, or if you're in Shoreline, or if you're in Linwood, or Ravenna, or Laurelhurst, all this will be likely, this cell will likely be moving its way through your area coming up. This is going to just move right up the I-5 corridor.
Okay, we're also getting reports. Stephen is just giving us some updates on WashDOT. They are reporting a big accident on southbound I-5 at 516. So again, likely that this is going to be weather related at this point in time, but we will continue to monitor that very closely.
Yeah. And that's out, by the way, in the Kent area, out there at 516. So, okay, yeah, and I can try and bring up some of our traffic maps here shortly as well. But right now, heavy rain, we're getting some hail, we're seeing some lightning, and in these situations, even if it's not severe thunderstorms, Alona, you still have to be really careful because you can get that really quick ponding on the roadways. We're talking heavy, heavy downpours that can, bring an inch an hour potentially. All right. Let's take a peek one more time here at our Queen Anne camera. I mean, just as this rolls through the city. And we'll stick with this here for a couple of minutes because this has been impressive.
Okay, and then just an update as well. We are getting some updates now for customers without power. We're going to hold it on the tower cam, though, but I can tell you right now that we're getting about 2,100 customers without power. Most of those, it looks like, might be in and around parts of the King County area, so we'll keep you up to date on that.
Yeah, 2,100 customers out without power. Most of those, it looks like, are in King County. There's 1,900 in King County, and that could be very well due to lightning. Could be due to some strong winds, perhaps some hail. There's another, wow, what a lightning strike in downtown Seattle. Get a sight we don't get to see very often.
Yeah, very impressive. Really for the hail sizes, again, we were very lucky that we were not talking about that 1 to 2 inch diameter size hail. It is possible as the night goes on, we'll continue to watch that. But right now, really what we have been seeing for the better part of the day, pea-size hail was getting reported in parts of the Tacoma area and off to the south. I believe the largest that we had seen earlier today was coming through Port Angeles, and they were reporting nickel-size hail. So that's about as big as we've gotten for today.
If you've been following on social media, social media is tough right now because there's a lot of amateur, forecasters, and there's a lot of misinformation, of course, on social media of all kinds. But even weather now is a part of that misinformation. And one of the things that got brought up a lot and ended up kind of taking over some of the headlines when it came to social media was the chance for tornadoes today. That chance very small, Lona. Yes. We're only talking about a 2 to 4% chance of a tornado touching down in Western Washington. That's higher than it is on most days. That's higher than it is in most storms, but still very insignificant when it comes to the chances. I mean, 2 to 4%, right?
Absolutely.
So, I would say shop local when it comes to your weather.
Well said.
If you have meteorologists, that you follow from other parts of the country, they may not know how our weather works up here in the Pacific Northwest. So it's really important to stay with your local forecasters, your local meteorologists. When it comes
and
to
I
that.
like what you were saying earlier too, this evening, that, you know, for us to get severe weather here in parts of the Puget Sound and Western Washington region, the conditions have to all marry up together perfectly. We have to have the heat. We have to have a strong disturbance kind of forcing the lift in the atmosphere. We have to have the available moisture, the higher dew points, and if any one of those, one thing is missing or off, then it just doesn't always come through the way that it had been maybe first forecasted. Today, for instance, we were looking at those temperatures, not quite as warm as what we were originally forecasting, what some of the computer models were maybe indicating, and that is what we are going to be looking at for areas of the large hail. So that's kind of what we were thinking.
As we take a look at our Queen Anne camera right now from Cary Park, looking at downtown Seattle, we are looking at heavy downpours. I can tell you the hail is hitting the roof of our station, and lots of lightning moving its way through the area as well. So this is all tracking its way north. We're going to be continuing to see this move its way through the greater Seattle area and up into Snohomish County. So Snohomish County heads up here next, but we're not done with the available moisture quite yet. We're going to have much more coming up for you. We've got Stephen Kilbreth here who's going to talk a little bit about what's happening on the roads. He'll be doing that in just a second, along with what is happening at the airport right now. We have some delays and flights not able to land right now at SeaTac. We'll have more on that coming up right after the break. All right, I'm Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan, along with Stephen Kilbreth here in the Fox Local Live Desk. You've been taking a look.
Did you ever go home? I'm just wondering.
I don't. No,
No,
I
that's
actually
good.
I have
You
a
look
bed.
good.
I have a bed upstairs.
You know what was interesting earlier when you were showing the different types of hail that there were and how it's created. I mean, it was so interesting to see how that happens and why we knew that was going to happen later today with the temperatures and things like that. But the size of it, you know, when you say, oh, there's going to be like an inch or an inch and a half hail size, it's like, whatever. But then you see the description of it, or the you know, like it's going to be a quarter or a nickel. I mean, that's something for this area.
Exactly. I mean, you know, we're used to grapple here mostly. Right. You know, that's basically a snowflake that's been covered in ice, and it kind of explodes on impact. But when you're talking about hail, usually pea size is all we get. Bigger and bigger hail, you see that in other parts of the country, but you don't see that here. That's why it's so significant.
Yeah, and David Rose showed us a picture after the show of somebody who had some in Silverdale, and it was like covering their whole hand. I just like was shocked at how big that was, because I've lived here my whole life, as you have, and it's like.
I think now we get this all the time. That actually, I was talking to David. He goes, "You know what? Unfortunately, that was bogus."
Oh,
so
was it?
Yeah. So that's the tough thing.
I fell for it.
When we have, you know, severe weather events, we got to kind of filter in all the pictures and stuff like that, because people will try and send us stuff. So we got to double check on that.
There you go.
Yeah. I know. I got tricked at first too. I was like, no way.
I mean, that was huge.
It was huge, yeah. And they do get that in other spots of the country for sure. We have not seen anything bigger yet, bigger than a nickel size. Yeah. Still significant. Yeah, still significant. Absolutely. This is a look from our Queen Anne camera. The sound of hail on the rooftop here of the Fox 13 studios has kind of diminished a little bit. So that's good news. A lot of the action has now moved its way north. I do want to take a peek at our radar to see where we're at, see what we're looking at. Still a lot of available moisture moving its way from Portland just right up the I-5 corridor into Seattle. Now, you've been looking at some of the traffic situations, and you've been looking at some of the situations at the airport as well.
Yeah.
So
this afternoon it was interesting because I felt that the afternoon commute started a lot earlier today, and it was very heavy in a lot of spots as people were probably trying to head home. And then later in the day, like 5-6 p.m. hour, there wasn't many people out on the roadways, which was probably a good thing as people were preparing to be at home. But there are a few folks out there now. We have a lot of wet roadways that we're dealing with, and there was a big accident on I-5 southbound in Kent near State Route 516. I'm not sure if that's still blocking anymore, but it looked like it was going to be a pretty significant issue there.
That was one of the areas that we actually saw some heavy downpours, so I would not be surprised if that weather contributed to that.
Oh, of course, yeah. And then the flights, you know, we got word that they were holding flights at their origins, so people who are departing for Seattle in other markets are being delayed. And then I was watching the FlightAware and all of the circling planes. It's kind of interesting to see those planes just circling over SeaTac.
It's kind of waiting for their turn.
Well, there's one taking off now from our SeaTac camera behind us, but. You know.
Now, do you know if departures are delayed right now?
So it didn't say anything about departures. It said just a check, but it was the arrivals that they were being held for the moment, and they were circling around.
Okay. Yeah, significant thunderstorms moving their way through the greater Seattle area right now. By the way, our temperature's at 56, so things are cooling down. Here's a look, and SeaTac is where we take our official measurements for our records and all of that. Let's take a peek at our radar right now. So again, a lot of available moisture as you work your way south into Portland. As we zoom into the Seattle area, you can see where things are tracking. Actually, I'm gonna start things over here with my weather graphics. We'll take a little peek here at your radar, and we'll zoom on into Pierce and Thurston counties, and then down into Lewis County. So if you look here down in Lewis and Cowlitz counties, you're seeing some more heavier rainfall. That will continue to push its way north. So we're not done with it yet, even though we're catching this wave, and this wave's kind of settling down in the Seattle area. Look up towards Everett. They're getting quite a show now as well. Every time you see one of those white lightning strikes, that's a brand new lightning strike.
And by looking at this, can you kind of determine how much longer it's going to last?
Yeah, I mean, you know, as we zoom out down and you look down towards Portland, I would say, you know, our models are right on track for the next couple of hours. So what are we at? We're at 8 o'clock right now. I would expect that kind of back end of things, and I'll draw a line for you here. This line right here is kind of the back end of it. Okay, where those arrows are. So So south of that, we got some onshore flow happening, and that's going to stabilize the atmosphere, kind of break things up into just normal showers. We're not going to see the real heavy stuff. So the cold air has almost made its way into Portland, but north of that, we still have that, warmer air that we're dealing with up here in the greater Seattle area.
I just want to mention we have a 1900 without power in King County at the moment, and according to this SeaTac, 162 flight delays at the moment. So that's what they're dealing with there. But it was interesting when we were doing the shows earlier tonight. We had a temperature of, I believe, 81 degrees in Kelso, like at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then 2 hours later, it was down, 20 or plus degrees cooler than that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's the 81 that created the system that's coming through.
Yeah, and really having that big difference in temperatures between what's at the surface and as colder air rides in above it, like what we're seeing, that's what can create that updraft. So that's what can create that big hail. Considering we were off because of the fact that the clouds hung on a little bit longer, we were off by our high temperatures today. And that's because, the models weren't expecting the clouds to hold on so long. That actually helped things out and has made things, I think, a little less severe than they could have been. So far, we're still catching quite a light show, though, regardless.
Although the sound of our roof here, it sounds pretty severe.
It does, I know, right? Yeah, this is a live look here from Cary Park, looking at downtown Seattle. A lot of the action has now moved its way up just north of Seattle. So this camera's looking south. If it was spun around and looking north, you may be able to see a few more lightning strikes, but more to come likely here as the evening rolls on. We're going to be continuing to track these thunderstorms, and again, no severe thunderstorm warnings quite yet.
Just as we do with all storms, what we'll be planning for is the worst, but hoping for the best.
We haven't had one of those in 25 years.
Yeah, and what you were hearing right there was actually from one of our local agencies here, kind of preparing for the storm. Yeah, a lot of our agencies, especially our power companies, and especially the folks who are emergency management and all of that, they're always about preparation, right? Getting the crews in place, getting everybody where they need to be to make sure that they can not react, but act quickly when it comes to getting everybody's power back on.
Yeah, and there's a lot of 1900 without power just in King County at the moment. Walk me through the bolts on this Doppler. What is the difference between the white and the yellow?
Yeah, the white just happened, within the past 5 minutes, and then the yellow hit within the past 15 minutes. So, that's pretty significant what you're seeing right there. A lot of these lightning strikes over the south end of Whidbey Island. We're also seeing those through Camano Island now. And in fact, that's right where we have our radar. You see our radar beam going round and round, and the lightning's about to make its way towards that. So North Snohomish County now seeing the bulk of the lightning. As we continue on a little farther south, still seeing some heavier rain over the Kitsap Peninsula. As you work your way out towards Mason County, near Shelton, out towards the Lilliwap. And then north of Seattle, kind of on the north end of Lake Washington right now, we're seeing some lightning strikes. And I'll zoom into that area. I know we have a lot of folks that are watching us here this evening up in that area, and that's out near Bothell, Woodinville, and Kenmore. Seeing some lightning strikes up that direction as well.
And that represents just one strike, so that's why there's some on top of each other?
Yeah, exactly. So that's one strike. And if I back it up here, what I'm gonna do for you here is I'm gonna pause this, and I'm gonna show you just how many strikes we've had in Washington, and this would be in the past half an hour or so. 31. Okay, 31. Not a ton, but that's just in the past 15 minutes. Most of that in King and Snohomish counties, and we've certainly had more than that over the course of the past couple of hours or so. All right,
let's moving through pretty quickly too.
Yep, we'll get back to our Queen Anne camera right now. So 1900 without power in King County. That's likely due to some of the strong the rain that we've seen, perhaps some of the wind that's associated with some of these thunderstorms. And we'll keep an eye on those power outages as well. All right, Seattle City Light. We talked to them here just a little bit ago. Talked to them about how they are prepping, and let's take a look at what they had to say as we spoke with them about what's going on here today and how they are gearing up for these storms.
Just as we do with all storms, what we'll be planning for is the worst, but hoping for the best. And how we do that is by making sure that we're well stocked on any needed supplies, that our trucks are up and operational, and that our equipment that might be needed is ready to go. As far as crews, we have our regular crews that are currently scheduled, and then we will bring in additional crews as needed to address any outages that might occur. At City Light, we do have our employees on standby when we do know that there are going to be storms like this, and then we closely monitor conditions and then adjust our staffing levels as needed. It is very much a wait and see situation. The biggest concern for us would be lightning strikes. And if the wind really starts to gust, that's when we'll start to see branches and trees come down. Whenever someone would encounter a downed wire, we say stay at least 30 feet back, call 911 immediately to report it, and never try to move a downed wire or anything that might be touching it yourself. Always treat them as highly dangerous. Downed wires, we ask that they call 911. If there is just an outage, that can be reported by calling into our customer service line. And always the most up-to-date information that anyone could possibly find will be on our outage map. I definitely encourage the people plan ahead. So charge up all your devices now. If you have any of those external battery packs, make sure those are charged as well. Know where your flashlights are, and just be prepared to ride out the storm. We certainly know when there are outages, and we address them according to priority, and we get to you as soon as we possibly can.
There you have it. Brian McMillan, Stephen Kilbreth here. And Stephen, we just got some new info about a new issue on the roads.
Yeah, that's right. There's an accident in downtown Seattle, most likely weather related. Here it is. You can see it. It's I-90. This is from the 8th Avenue South camera, so that means it's on I-90 for folks trying to get onto I-5. It's kind of the ramp there. Actually, it might be from North 5 to I-90 is what we're looking at here. Looks like a pretty big response there with the all the blinking lights, the flashing lights that you see there. Of course, there's the line that goes to I-90. There's the line that goes straight through the city, and then there's the collector distributor lanes that go through downtown Seattle. So once this starts to see a backup, it will back up now towards the old brewery and things like that. So something to be aware of if you're going to be out and about anytime soon. Although I think we would advise, just stay in for a little bit.
I've been telling all my friends. I texted my parents earlier on. I'm like, just hunker down. Don't go out. Don't go out tonight. Because you got these, you got these thunderstorms. Of course, there's the lightning involved, and a chance for hail and wind and all that. But amongst all that is some really, really heavy downpours, and sometimes our drains just can't handle the amount of rain that we could see with these strong thunderstorms. We're talking about, upwards of an inch an hour. That kind of rain, where we're seeing just really heavy, very localized, and all of a sudden now you're hydroplaning. Got to be really careful out there. Again, this is on I-90 at 8th Avenue South, and a lot of flashing lights, big distraction, and you can see that kind of, what is it called, rooster tailing out there on the roadways.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you said hunker down and stay in. You can Fox 13 live desk and chill tonight. That's what you can do.
It's like Netflix and chill, but even better. Even better.
So that way you don't have to watch the latest White Lotus. I don't get what they're doing.
That's right.
Anyway. All right, Seattle, SeaTac still holding flights at their origin, and there's a ground stop there until 8:45. So if you have people flying in tonight, or know of some folks that are trying to get into Seattle, that's going to be an issue as they're holding the flights there. Probably a good idea, because last time I checked, they were all just circling above SeaTac, which is an interesting sight to see when they're all just circling around.
Doesn't happen very often around here, that's for sure. All right, let's get to your full forecast and what we're dealing with right now. We saw lots of lightning from our Queen Anne camera. There's one of the planes. You can see it right there circling around SeaTac off in the distance. You see that blinking light? So that's just one of many that's likely circling around. There's a lightning strike off in the distance. They're kind of waiting for things to settle down a little bit down at the airport. They've had some torrential downpours down in that area.
Do you feel that, like, say, in the last hour, we had the ramp build up. Do you think it settled a bit or no?
It settled a bit, but I mean, we got more waves coming our way, and you can see that right here on our radar. Where right now the bulk of the bulk of the activity is actually up into North King and South Snohomish County, and even up into areas around Arlington, up in the north end of Snohomish County. Down to the south, we got this coming our way next here. Will that pack a punch? Will that be bringing in some lightning? We'll have to wait and see. Right now, not so much. Up to the north of Seattle as you work your way into Linwood and Everett, and then continuing on up into the areas around Arlington, Camano Island, the south end of Whidbey Island. That's where we're seeing some of these lightning strikes, quite a few lightning strikes up in that area.
And I noticed when you were up a little further north, through the Strait of Juan de Fuca there, all of, on South Vancouver Island and all of that was a pretty active spot too.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of our friends up to the north, up in Canada, and then yes, right through the strait and along the Olympic Peninsula, now becoming a lot more active, as well as the coastline through Tulips, Quinault, continuing on into other parts of Grace Harbor County, and there's again more to come down to the south, but take a look just south of Portland. Okay, we're starting to see that cold air arrive. So here's kind of the line of where the cold air and the warm air down at the surface are meeting. So you go south of that line, and you're going to be looking at much more stable, atmosphere, much more stable weather, just a few showers here and there. You go north of that line, which is now Vancouver, north all the way up here into the Seattle area, and we're still going to be dealing with some pretty active weather over the course of the next few hours. Severe thunderstorm watches are very rare. This is the first one in decades in Seattle. Large hail, 1 to 2 inches in diameter. We haven't seen anything that big quite yet. That's good news, and that may be due to the fact that we had a little bit cooler temperatures than expected today. And so we haven't seen the really big hail quite yet. There's about a 1 in 4 chance of getting hail 1 to 2 inches in diameter here around the Seattle area. So, odds were we weren't going to see it, but it was certainly a possibility, and a much bigger possibility than we normally see.
So what we were talking about earlier is that the lightning was for sure going to happen, and the hail is going to happen, and we've seen that. How are the winds doing?
Winds so far it kind of depends on where you are. We're getting those strong localized winds. Actually, that's a good point. I'll take a look at some of our wind gusts coming up here in just a few minutes. But yeah, wind could possibly be an issue. As far as these, if we get into severe thunderstorm territory, which we haven't yet, winds can certainly gust over 60 miles an hour, and that is a possibility. National Weather Service is monitoring the storm moving towards the Bull Creek burn scar right now. That's northwest of Snoqualmie, as some of these heavier rains move in that area. And, we cover a lot of wildfires, of course, during the summer months. And even years after these fires burn, those areas can be kind of victims of flash flooding because the vegetation is no longer there. It's all burned off, and now there's nothing to really soak up that rain, especially when it gets really heavy. So you can get mudslides, you can get flash flooding in those areas, and that's certainly a possibility here this evening as well. So we'll be watching that.
That is like the byproduct of some of these things, and even years ago, right? And that's what they were saying in California after the fires there, that when they had the torrential rain, is it it's the next step?
It's the next thing to deal with, right?
It's the next thing.
You got the fire itself. Then you have to worry about potential for some flash flooding, and it's and mudslides and landslides and things like that. And it's just due to that. I mean, the trees and the shrubs and all that stuff are there for a reason, and they really help kind of soak up the rains. And if none of that is there anymore, now you just have a muddy mess, and that can create some really big issues.
I mean, think of some of it, the hail that you're talking about, the size of it. I mean, even like the Tulip Festival could be affected by that.
Absolutely.
Or all the different things that go on in the area. You just don't know. And there's a baseball game tomorrow, by the way, in Seattle.
Yeah.
So,
somebody was asking me, is the baseball game going to be affected? I really don't think that. I really don't think so. They probably have that roof firmly shut this evening, so they don't have a bunch of pockmarks on our beautiful T-Mobile Park field. Let's get one more time here out to our hail outlook. So that that area in yellow where we see the kind of the black stripes signifies that we could see even bigger hail in those areas, up to 2 inches potentially, but we just haven't seen that quite yet. Okay, so as far as the hail goes, this area in yellow has a 15 to 29% chance of being 1 inch or bigger. So it's still a better chance that we don't get hail that big, but that chance is there. It's rare this part of the country. Other parts of the country, they're used to seeing that bigger hail. Here's how it forms, okay? Frozen water droplets are swept up by updrafts. So we see that wind going from the ground up to the sky, and it pushes these water droplets back up, coats it with another layer of ice, and it keeps doing that. If the wind is strong enough, keeps going up and up and up again. And you see that little picture on the left. It looks like rings on a tree. You know, when you cut a tree, you can tell how old it is.
Right.
The hail, you can cut it open, cut it in half, and see how many times it went back up into the sky. Very cool. And then when it's too heavy, it'll finally, come back down to earth.
So the updrafts, where in the atmosphere or where in the sky is that? Is that ground level?
Basically, it's all the way from it's wind that's going from the ground all the way up into the higher levels of the atmosphere and above where it's freezing, okay? And that's where it gets that next coat of ice.
But the rain is coming down and then it's blowing back up?
Yeah, so it kind of starts off as a frozen water droplets way up high, and then just keeps getting blown back up, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Bigger the hailstone, the more gnarly they look too. They can look really spiny in certain areas of the country. Like if you get softball size hail or grapefruit size hail, it's a nasty looking thing, and it can cause some big time damage. We were worried today that we could see that 1 to 2 inch hail. Haven't seen anything that big yet. That's great news. But you need to get an egg size hail. That's 2 inches in diameter. You need, 69 mile an hour updraft winds. So that's some pretty powerful winds. You really need that strong temperature difference between what's at the surface and what's way up high.
So that orange or grapefruit, I think it is there on the end. In other parts of the country, do they see that? Do you see that? There
have been areas that have. No, it's not common. Even in spots like Texas and I've seen pictures of hailstones that are 7 or 9 inches in diameter, just record size, huge things. North Dakota, I think, had one that was about that big. Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous, right?
We're starting to see just behind us here the SeaTac camera. There's now planes actually moving. This is the end gate that we look at here, and you can see that there are planes moving, and there was basically everything was just at a standstill moments ago, so they are moving around.
Okay, that's good news. So yeah, and I can pull up that camera here shortly, but yeah, good news to get to see those planes back moving. There was not a ground stop, but they weren't allowing planes to take off from their origin to get to Seattle for a little while. So if you have somebody coming into town tonight, they might be a little bit delayed because of that. All right, let's finish up our forecast here. Those are all the hail sizes, that we measure. It's easier to kind of picture it in your head when we're talking about a baseball or a tennis ball or perhaps an egg. And, once it gets above an inch or an inch and a half, it becomes really rare, especially here in the Pacific Northwest.
I mean, the pea-sized ones freak me out. I can't even imagine what
right. Yeah. Low to mid-50s right now for most of us. We're looking at this. This is our futurecast. We're going to be seeing these showers continuing to push through the area. And this model kind of holding things off until about 11 o'clock. So we'll continue to see potential for some heavier downpours through the 11 o'clock hour. And then this will eventually push its way north up into Bellingham and beyond as we get into early tomorrow morning. And by the time we get into the 3-4 o'clock hours tomorrow morning, we're going to be looking so much calmer. There's still a chance of an isolated thunderstorm in the mix, but Thursday looking so much better than what we're seeing out there today. All right, temps are going to be into the mid-50s. I think that's a typo up in Bellingham. That should be 58, not 68. Bottom line is it's going to be much, much cooler. Looking ahead, we're looking at breezy conditions here for the next 2 days. We'll see showers at times. And then this weekend does look better. We're going to be back close to 61 degrees as we get into your Sunday. Scattered rain showers continue here into early next week with highs in the mid-50s.
Looks like a phenomenal week for baseball.
You know what? I think so. The roof will be closed. That's okay. We got to earn it. We got to earn that sunshine back again. All right. We're going to have much more weather coverage coming up for you. We're tracking the lightning. We are tracking the heavy downpours and the hail. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hi, welcome back to special coverage of the severe, well, not quite severe, but the storms moving through the greater Seattle area. I'm Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. This is Stephen Kilbreth.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, you know, it is interesting. I mean, if you have lived here for a long time or grew up here like we did, you know, you don't see even lightning like this or hail like this.
It's rare, right?
It's fascinating, yeah.
We have not quite seen anything meet that severe threshold quite yet. So that is good news. Haven't seen the hail that's been over an inch in diameter. We haven't seen the really strong gusty winds, gusting over 60 miles an hour. We haven't seen tornado. Good news. All of that is good news. Absolutely. Have had some trouble on the roads though here.
Severe to my mother, by the way.
It's
Just
sure.
so you know,
Yeah.
You know, you know how that goes.
Oh, yes, absolutely, yeah. We'll take a peek here at our watchdog cameras. This is one out along I-5, and we've had some issues.
Yeah, that is northbound I-5 that we're looking at there, and you can see the red X in that left lane where looks like they had something in the roadway there. But this is a little further. This is the Boeing access road, so this is south end of Boeing Field, where this is at the moment. Excuse me. And then there was an accident up near the I-90 interchange, so it was affecting people trying to get the collector distributor lanes and all of that. We also had some accidents in I-5 near 516 as well. But other than that, traffic's pretty light, as you can see here on our traffic map, and we're taking a look at between Olympia and Tacoma through the Nisqually Basin, moving along okay. No major delays, anything happening here, although there's lots of rain falling in these spots for sure, through Puyallup, 512, 167, over on Highway 16 up into Port Orchard and out near Belfair. Looking at Highway 18 over Tiger Mountain. I mean, even in okay weather, you don't want to do that because of all of the construction. But
right.
We're taking a look at 520 and I-90 across the lake. Nothing major there. Just looking pretty good. You see those icons, which means there could be something going on some of the city streets. But again, the freeways are fine.
And it was that one there where I-90 meets I-5 is where we had the most recent issue. And that's where we had some of those really heavy downpours.
That's where you can see the icon. There's a little bit of red below it too, as you're pointing out.
Yeah. So that may still be kind of stalling you a little bit if you're out and about on the roadways. Also looking pretty good on the north end, but we do have more of the action coming up on the north end. I think a lot of people have gotten off the roadways. It's good. You know, it's kind of we're now well past the evening commute, and so things are looking better. We have had some pretty incredible video, by the way, over the passes, looking just fine right now as well. I do want to show you some kind of incredible video that we got a little bit earlier on here of some of our lightning strikes. This was from a viewer right here. Check out that. Yeah. Gorgeous stuff.
It is pretty, isn't it?
It is. It is pretty to look at. I mean, you can capture some pretty amazing time lapses here where we're talking about lightning at night here across the Puget Sound area. But yeah, just about, I would say about an hour ago, we had kind of the bulk of the action working its way through the downtown core of Seattle.
It's quite. I mean, you see all the people outside sometime with their cameras trying to get a thing of the picture of lightning. It's just a little special skill, right? When you say run a video and then scrend it, isn't that how?
I think I think that's the best way to do it. That's the trick right there.
That's your social media tip of the night, right there.
You'll have one tomorrow night too, right? Yeah. Here's a live look from our Queen Anne camera. And, you know, we've been seeing planes circling around SeaTac. You can see those off in the distance still. Everybody kind of waiting for their turn to land here now at this point. We did see the bulk of the heavier rain now move its way up into Snohomish County. Let's take a peek at your current temperature. We're at 56 degrees right now at the airport. So the available moisture, what we're looking at is kind of ending now in Portland. We're still going to see some light showers overnight, but the heaviest stuff is now north of Portland. And once that moves through the greater Seattle area, it continues on up into Canada, and it will continue to push its way north, then we're going to be kind of done with that threat of severe thunderstorms here this evening. And go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is it interesting that you, on the radar here that you're looking at, that you don't see the thunderbolts like south, that line you were drawing earlier, that we're not seeing that coming up from Portland?
Exactly.
Staying north. So does that mean to you then that we have a lesser chance of lightning coming up later on in the evening?
I think, you know, there's still that isolated chance, but the fact that we're seeing less lightning now south of Seattle, most of that moving its way north, that's a good sign. Although we do see some heavier showers building up towards Lewis, Thurston, and Pierce counties. I don't think we're quite totally out of the woods. From this band here from basically Centralia that goes all the way through Mineral. I know you love Mineral, don't you?
It's great.
Out there. It's beautiful this time of year.
There. That's great.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. I'm sure there is.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is.
I'll look it up.
All this moving its way north up into Olympia and Tacoma. So heads up, Olympia and Tacoma. You're about to get into some heavy downpours here shortly. Again, you go south of Portland. Now we're just looking at some real spotty showers. Actually, I do want to get back to the radar because I want to show you what's happening a little bit farther north. If you're watching us up in Snohomish County.
It's the Headquarters Tavern in Mineral, by the way.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Oh, you looked it up. Perfect. Mount Vernon, all the way down through Everett. We are seeing some lightning strikes that mainly over the water, but we have seen some popping up out there near Payne Field. And then as you work your way towards the Skagit, Snohomish County line, and then for our friends out in Gold Bar watching along US 2, you're catching quite a show as well. A little bit of a break right now in the Seattle area, but again, that is not going to last long. So, yes, we continue to watch what's happening on our radar. We continue to watch what's happening on our cameras. And I do want to take a look here at a little bit more about hail, because we don't often get big hail in our area. And AJ Yamhill went out talking about folks about their storm prep and talking about the impacts that large hail can have.
Just listen to that. That's hail from a few weeks ago, hammering down in West Seattle. And experts say this is nothing in comparison to what's expected on Wednesday.
We could see hailstones as big as an inch to up to 2 inches in diameter. That's really, really big for this area. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
That could mean trouble for a lot of people in Western Washington.
I kind of really like this color because I think it really pops with the truck cover we're trying to sell.
David Wang was taking some glamour shots of his new truck bed cover prototype he created. He had plans to take the car all over the area to get pictures until I told him about the forecast.
I'm gonna be out here all day, honestly, but if that's the case, we're gonna head out home early just to try to get the nice show car protected, right?
I also spoke to some local dealerships who tell me they have no options to protect the dozens of cars parked on their show lots. We're talking about hail that is an inch in diameter, for comparison, about the size of a quarter. Or 2 inches in diameter, which is about the size of an egg.
Hail can be extremely damaging to your car, your home, and certainly yourself.
State Farm reports a nationwide billion-dollar increase in hail damage claims they paid out from 2021 to 2022. Jennifer Houghton with Pemco Insurance tells me hail coverage is not usually included in basic plans.
It's a good idea to check your coverage, and if you don't have hail coverage, consider adding it as quickly as you can.
Reporting in Seattle, AJ Janavel, Fox 13 News.
All right, we're going to bring in Alona McCauley, and you've been keeping an eye on everything as well here. And what have you been seeing out on social media and all of that?
You know, a lot of folks are posting some amazing pictures of the lightning show that we're getting moving through town. A lot of reports coming in from parts of the North Sound right now. We're getting just beautiful pictures of the lightning primarily. So a lot of folks are just really happy that their hail is not going to be damaging their cars and things like that tonight. We're just getting reports of pretty small, kind of normal size hail for parts of Western Washington.
And thank goodness, right? Because, you know, with all the ingredients that were there today, there was that chance of seeing some severe thunderstorms all the way down into Portland and Salem and Eugene and all the way up here into the Puget Sound area as well. And no spot along that entire I-5 corridor has seen any severe thunderstorms.
No, I mean, technically, we're still under that severe thunderstorm watch for about another 20 minutes, but the conditions are not looking overly favorable for the severe thunderstorms. What we are getting are strong storms. So again, with that heavy rainfall coming down and just some pea-size to nickel-size hail is about the largest that we've seen today, and a lot of heavy downpours of rain.
And you know, when they issue these watches, when the National Weather Service issues these watches, and when we really emphasize all this to you, the chances of things happening are, you know, can be as much as, you know, say 30% or 40%, but there is also a chance that is greater than half of the time where we don't meet that particular threshold. And it can be because temperatures weren't warm enough at the surface. It could be because the atmospheric conditions weren't just right. So it's important to make sure everybody's prepared, because if we do get severe thunderstorms, if we do have a tornado dropping in, or if we do get strong straight line winds, you want to make sure everybody's prepared for something like that.
Yeah, and it really is a recipe, especially for us up here. It takes just the right ingredients of all of the things to actually get the development for that severe weather. So if any one thing is off, it kind of throws it out of whack just a little bit.
I would say it's not like cooking something on the stove. It's like baking.
Yes.
Right? So baking, you have to be exact with your measurements. In cooking, you can just throw in whatever you want. So that's what it is. Whenever something, you know, real big happens here, whether it's a big snowstorm, whether it's a windstorm, you know, something's not quite right, or something's a little bit off, it can throw off that forecast. But even still, not a total bust, because we've had quite a light show out there here this evening. Let's take a look right now. Actually, I'm going to get to our weather computer here. There you go. This is a look from our Queen Anne camera looking down into the city. We have a reporter out there in the city right now. That's Frankie Thompson. She's got a look from the Soto neighborhood. And right now, Frankie, what are you seeing out in Soto? I know, you know, in our last talk with you here, it was absolutely dumping.
Yeah, that is not the case this hour. What a difference an hour makes. It's not raining. There's no big light show, no roaring thunder here at this hour, which I guess is a good thing, you know, safety first in this area. But we are outside of the Seattle City Lights facility where crews are out there responding to outages. If we're looking at their outage map right now, Seattle City Light says about 1,056 customers are impacted from the storm. So crews are going out there to the south of the city, South Seattle, where they are seeing more of those outages being reported. Now, crews have been planning for this for several weeks, several months, getting ready for a storm just like this. They had plans in motion to make sure all of the trucks were equipped, all of their equipment was operational. They also have crews standing by just in case they need a little bit more extra help responding to those outages. But so far it sounds like things are working in smooth condition. They're out there right now responding to power outages. No reports just yet of any down power lines, but of course they are reminding people, if you see a down power line, stay about 30-35 feet away from it and call 911 right away. Those dispatchers will get the information to the responding utility agencies so they can get that addressed accordingly. But again, if we're looking at Seattle City Lights outage map, about 1,056 customers are impacted from the storm. As far as weather conditions out here, much different from what we saw an hour ago. The rain has stopped. There's maybe a subtle sprinkle, if that, but definitely no more lightning that we've been seeing out here, no more thunder. The torrential downpour has deceased. So a much calmer situation in the Soto district from what we saw here about an hour ago. We're going to send it back to you all on the Fox Local Live desk so we can continue our weather coverage online.
Thank you so much, Frankie. You know, hang on for just a little bit, Frankie, because we are going to be seeing some more of that heavier rain coming
Not
through
just done yet.
We're not done yet. Yeah, not done yet. That'll be probably here coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to see some heavier rain moving its way. In fact, here, take a peek. This is just south of where Frankie is, down south of Tacoma, down south of Olympia. That's where we're seeing some of that heavier rainfall. That is all going to be moving its way north up into the Seattle area, but I'm not seeing any lightning associated with that.
No, I'm not either. And what is interesting, though, too, is that this particular line doesn't appear to be moving as fast as that initial surge that we saw a couple hours ago.
Yeah, that first surge really was moving north at a quick pace. And it brought a lot of lightning to Tacoma, Seattle, and now we're seeing that up in the north end. So all you folks up there watching us in Skagit County and northern Snohomish County are now seeing some of that lightning moving its way towards Mount Vernon, right over our radar site as well, by the way, out on Camano Island. And out in parts of Whidbey Island, we've been seeing some of that as well. It's very interesting how this has moved almost perfectly south to north, just right up the I-5 corridor, just west of the I-5 corridor for this particular cell here that's been bringing this lightning.
And I was thinking about earlier, Abby, of course, was out at the daffodil patch earlier today in Skagit County, and I think they're very thankful that we're not talking about the hail size that we were originally thinking we might happen. So hopefully all the delicate daffodils and the tulips that are yet to come are getting spared from some of that big.
So. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this stuff's just coming in bloom. She brought super positive moment. My wife texted me here just a little bit ago. We were getting some really heavy rain up at our house, and she said, "The dog won't go outside. Will you please take him out when you get home? It's raining too hard."
You know it's bad when the dogs don't want to go out.
It's like, I'm good. I'll hold it. Yeah, for sure. Okay, a couple spots with our radar. So this is the most active area right now. This is north Snohomish County, and as you work your way up into Skagit County, I'll zoom in just a little bit more so you can see that area of where we've been seeing the latest, greatest lightning strikes. That's up near Stanwood, and then continuing on into Lake McMurray, Big Lake, and then this is all going to move its way into Cedro-Woolley coming up here over the course of the next 10 minutes or so. We work our way a little farther south as we get into North Snohomish County, so Everett, out towards Tulalip, and then even east of Lake Stevens as you work your way out towards Verlot and those areas, seeing some heavy rainfall and maybe an isolated lightning strike or two. But down in the Seattle area, we're catching a little bit of a break. There's Lake Washington right in the middle of your map. And so we're catching a break for right now. That's not going to last for very long. But That's what we're looking at right now. This is some shots of earlier from some of our viewers. This shot from a viewer. Check out all that lightning there.
I love that it was slowed down. You could really see just how fabulous the lightning strikes look there.
Right, so cloud to ground lightning. This can be pretty dangerous. That's why a lot of schools ended up canceling their after school activities, track and field, you know, baseball, all that stuff. I had a few friends call me yesterday and said, should we cancel baseball practice? And I was like, yes, definitely cancel baseball practice. It's one of those kind of nights here tonight. The good news I have for you is as we move forward, we get past tonight and things look so much better as we get into the next few days. We will still see showers, but it's not going to be the kind of activity like we have seen. Yeah,
and a lot of folks were asking about, the Mariners home opener for tomorrow. Looking at the forecast as I was getting ready earlier this afternoon, we have a possibility for a stray, isolated thunderstorm for tomorrow, but nothing like what we're seeing right now. A lot of the dynamics that we were talking about for today are just not going to be in place for tomorrow. Temperatures are going to be significantly cooler as well.
Here's a look from our stadium camera. This is near where Frankie is, and actually looking at some breaks in the clouds right now for the time being, but that's just for the time being. I think we're going to see at least one or two more waves. I wanted to focus the radar down into the Portland area because this is kind of the back end of things, okay? You're still seeing some showers and a few maybe on the heavier side down towards the Central Valley of Oregon, out towards Salem. But, once you get into the Portland area, it's pretty dry. All of this moisture here north of Portland will work its way up into the Puget Sound area. We'll eventually get to that. But I think after this next wave hits, which was just now passing through Thurston County and the south end of Pierce County, once that hits the greater Seattle area and pushes its way north, we're going to be looking much better here for the rest of the night. All right, stick around. We're going to have so much more coming up for you here in just a few minutes. I'm Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. That's Alona McCauley. She's going to be on the 9 o'clock news coming up here shortly on Fox 13 Seattle.
We'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right. I'm Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Thank you for joining us here all evening long on our Fox Local Live Desk as we continue coverage about our thunderstorms that are moving through the area. Thankfully, none of them have hit this severe kind of threshold quite yet, but we have seen a lot of lightning moving through the area, some hail. That hail's been nickel size over the Olympic Peninsula, but we've seen some pea-size hail here around the Puget Sound area. Big story here this evening so far has been the torrential downpours, some of that hail, and the abundant lightning as well. And let's take a peek at some of our power outages. We're seeing those go up. Right now, there are 2,800 customers without power, and the majority of those are in King County. You see in the middle part of the map. About 2,300 folks without power. That's 2,300 customers. So we're going to continue to watch that. Down in Pierce County, not much at all, just about 40. And then let's head up to Snohomish County. Let's see, yeah, 35. So not bad. It's King County. King County is taking the brunt of this. Maybe head over to Kitsap County. Let's see if there's any outages out over Kitsap County to the left. As we continue on to the left. Over the, to the right, here, as we head over, keep going over the sound there. All right, well, I'm not the one controlling the map. Bottom line is King County taking the brunt of the power outages at the moment with 2,800 customers without power. All right, let's talk about what's happening right now. We'll take a peek at our Queen Anne camera, and we are looking at partly to mostly cloudy skies and a break from the rain in downtown Seattle. Our temperatures right now are in the mid-50s. Winds have been breezy, a bit gusty at times, but honestly, not too bad. And again, we have not hit that severe threshold quite yet around the Puget Sound area. We have not hit that severe threshold, which means hail at over an inch, those strong gusty winds, gusting over 58 miles an hour. And we have had abundant lightning, so we have had that. We haven't had any tornadoes spin down or anything like that. It has just been a stormy evening after a very pleasant day. Your radar is showing more moisture moving its way north. I want to go up to the north end, though. This is North Snohomish County and into Skagit County. Got a lot of lightning right now up that direction. In fact, here just in the past 15 minutes, put this little square around this, you can see 24 strikes up in North Snohomish County and into Skagit County just in the past 15 minutes. So this cell will continue to push its way north through Cedar-Woolley, and will continue north all the way up to Bellingham and beyond up into Canada over the next couple of hours. I'm heading out of Portland because I want to show you this is where all of that moisture has been coming from. We'll continue to see some through the next couple of hours. You see just north of Portland, kind of a wall of moisture that moves its way up through Tacoma. And currently, right now, I'm watching this heavier rainfall. I'm going to zoom in to the Tacoma and Olympia areas. I'm going to watch this continue to track its way north. So spots like Enumclaw, spots like Tacoma, Steilacoom, University Place, Olympia, Lake Bay, all those areas are going to be seeing some heavier rainfall coming up over the next half an hour, and then that will eventually move its way back up into the Seattle area coming up here shortly. We rarely see severe thunderstorm watches. Remember, when we have a watch, it means that the ingredients are there for a severe thunderstorm, but it's not imminent. So right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. That is certainly some good news. We're gearing up for the 9 o'clock news right now up in the studio, and you can watch that right here on the Fox local app. Thanks for joining us for extended coverage, and stick around for the 9 o'clock news.
This is Fox 13 News at 9.
We start for you tonight with a live look outside all around Puget Sound. Severe thunderstorms have swept into our region. We're already seeing that heavy rain and high winds. And if you take a look at this video we shot earlier tonight from downtown Seattle, yeah, that's lightning strikes really taking center stage early on this early spring Wednesday. Good evening, and thanks so much for joining us for Fox 13 News at 9. I'm Matthew Smith.
And I'm Sybilla Rayford. We have full team coverage for you tonight. Our crews are standing by around the region, keeping an eye on various different conditions. We'll check in with them in just one moment.
But first, Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth and meteorologist Alona McCauley are in our weather center. So, Alona, we want to kick things off with you. How are things looking right now?
Well, it really depends on where you are in parts of the Puget Sound region. Right now in the Seattle metro locations, as you can see, we're getting a bit of a break. So a little bit of a lull in the activity, but not the case if you're headed into areas of the North Sound. We still have some heavier downpours of rain and a lot of lightning. That has been the show for tonight, has been the lightning strikes. And you can see that they're stretching across the I-5 corridor into parts of the Mount Vernon area. We got another heavy band of rainfall that's currently moving through Forks right now, and it's continuing to push its way all off to the north, as it has been for the better part of the afternoon and evening. And we're gearing up for another band, you can see, of some moderate to heavy downpours of rain. But what is missing in this one is the lightning. So we're not seeing that lightning signature with that last band, but it is going to continue to bring some heavier downpours of rain here, probably within about the next 10 minutes or so in areas of Tacoma, and then slowly working its way northward into Seattle, likely in the next 20 to 25 minutes. Now, joining me right now is Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth. And Stephen, we were talking all day long about those temperatures today and how it didn't get quite as hot as we were expecting.
Yeah, of course, that was the perfect storm, if you will, of what we were looking for to get those bigger sized hail bits. And we didn't certainly got warm in some spots, like in the South Puget Sound. In fact, we saw a temperature in the upper 70s earlier in places like Kelso and Longview. But these were the high temperatures we got to today in the Seattle area. 64 in Seattle, 65 at SeaTac, so well above the average, but not quite as warm as the day before, because that cloud cover stayed a little bit longer, so we had less sun today. But temperatures right now, you can see we're in the 50s, so big temperature swing than we had from yesterday at this time, and actually a big temperature swing from even earlier in the day, as we're about 10 degrees and even 15 degrees cooler right now than we were in some other spots. But as Alona mentioned, it's still going to continue through our evening, and we're not done with everything yet. We still have that other band that's making its way through Tacoma and heading north. And of course, we still have the thunderstorms and the high winds and the hail north of Seattle, Everett, probably places like the Sandwich Islands, Whatcom, and Skagit counties. And as you can see here, that risk still continues until about midnight. So that severe weather risk is going to be there. We're going to send it out now to Jennifer, who has a look at what's going on outside right now, and make sure that you're driving safely, of course.
That's right, yes. We are taking it slow, and let me give you a look of conditions right now from the weather tracker cameras. You can see that there is some water on the roads here in Tacoma. The rain's been steady all evening, and that could cause some issues for drivers, whether standing water or ponding water. So be careful of hydroplaning or those deep puddles on the road when you're heading out. By far the most significant weather event of the storm in Pierce County has been the lightning so far. It's kind of died down now, but certainly there was a light show going on throughout the afternoon and evening here. The wind was also quite strong in some locations. We were in a higher profile vehicle, and we got knocked around a bit by this storm when we were in the Yelm area and also in the Rainier area. And one of the most fantastic aspects of today's storm was the rainbow that we captured in Rainier and Yelm. Let's take a look at some of the video here. Just gorgeous, and a welcome surprise after one of those storm cells moved past the area. A little lighthearted light show itself after the storm. So back out here live, we did see one accident potentially caused by the weather conditions, this water. It's making it kind of slippery depending on how much water is over the road, and you know, it's dark. It's just one of those big rain events here that happens, but you should be careful about that standing water if you're going to head out tonight. The rain has died down a little bit, but it is steady, and it is gross out. A typical rainy Pacific Northwest night, so why not just stay in and, you know, have a hot cocoa. All right, reporting live in Tacoma, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Jennifer's got a plan there for all of us. It is getting gross out there. We do want to give you a quick check on power outages all across our region. This is a close look at all the different counties in the breakdown. And the good news is we aren't seeing widespread outages just yet. That's why they're all in the blue. So this is actually the good news that we're having so far. 2,300 outages in King County, which is lower than you might usually see for a storm coming in like this. Only 36 outages being tracked in Pierce County and 40 in Snohomish County. So this is the glass half half full at this hour. Things still looking good from a power perspective.
Over at SeaTac Airport, they said their teams are ready to respond to any problems that could come up with these high winds. We saw all inbound flights to the airport being held at their origin earlier tonight, but that was lifted about a half hour ago, so around 8:45.
Well, Fox 13's Nia Wong is live at the ferry terminal on Coleman Dock in Seattle. Nia, what are things looking like there, and how is this impacting ferry rides tonight?
Well, you can see we got some sprinkles coming down right now, but I can tell you it was a much different story when we first arrived here a couple of hours ago. Take a look. Here's what our cameras captured around 7:30. That's when that storm rolled in really strong, and for the next half hour, the sky over Elliott Bay just lit up. Lightning flashed all across, and that's when we heard that loud rumbling thunder. Now, below all that action were drivers lining up to catch the ferry to Bainbridge, many of them unfazed, like Kevin DeLeschmidt.
Everybody was being slow and careful, so there's a lot of water on the road, but the lightning's just a distraction.
Thankfully for this ferry, or the line for this ferry, it left on time. Though passengers were warned to prepare for possible service disruptions due to severe weather. We've been checking the accounts for the Washington State ferry system, and it appears that many of the delays were quite minimal today. And if they do have some delays or cancellations that will have a more significant impact, they say they will alert riders. For now, live in Seattle, Nia Wong, Fox 13 News.
Well, this is the view ferry riders were seeing on their ride home from Seattle tonight. You can see the sky lighting up like Nia was describing. The Washington State Ferry is telling us earlier, if lightning hits were to actually strike on a vessel, they are designed to handle those lightning strikes. That's because the ferries are designed to attract lightning to a lightning rod that's attached to the top of the boat, which then redirects that strike into the water.
With this severe weather, damaging hail is forecasted.
Now, unlike normal hail the region sees, these ice balls are expected to be inch to inches with an S in size, leaving many people scrambling to protect their cars. So what can you do? Well, if you have access to a garage, park your vehicle in there, obviously. Now, if possible, park your car away from trees and loose branches. Cover your car, either using car covers, tarps, floor mats, or towels, anything you can do to protect the body and windows from damage.
For a closer look at how to protect your car from hail damage, we have an article online. It has a list of things you can do both during and after the storm. You can find that on the homepage of fox13seattle.com.
Meanwhile, tonight's storms have the potential to wreak havoc on utility systems all throughout our state. So right now, Seattle City Light crews are responding to outages mostly in South Seattle. Fox 13's Frankie Thompson is at the facility in Soto where trucks are heading out to restore power.
Yeah, Matt, Seattle City Lights activated its severe weather plan as soon as the storm was detected in the forecast. Now, we are behind the Soto facility where utility trucks are moving in and out, responding to those outages. Looking at the power outage map for Seattle City Lights, there are 1,056 customers impacted by the power outages. And you know what? That is a tell of what we have been saying all night. The storm really hit us hard here in Soto. The soaking rain was pouring down. Lightning strikes were flashing through the sky, followed by loud roars of thunder. It seemed like that lightning was hitting every other minute during the 7 o'clock hour. We spoke to someone who got caught up in the storm as he was walking to his bus stop.
30 minutes ago, it was cool and everything, but it just changed in a moment. You know what I'm saying? Like suddenly. So it just turned from all the way smooth, cool, to rainy, cloudy, a lot of thunders, scary, scary.
Seattle City Lights preparation for this storm includes making sure all trucks are well stocked with supplies and checking to see all equipment is operational. Officials say they made plans for the worst case scenario, as their biggest concerns for the storm are lightning strikes, which we saw, strong winds, and possibly branches or trees crashing down that could snap power lines.
Whenever someone would encounter a downed wire, we say stay at least 30 feet back, call 911 immediately to report it, and never try to move a downed wire or anything that might be touching it yourself. Always treat them as highly dangerous.
City light managers say they also have extra staff and utility crews standing by just in case the current schedule staff needs more help responding to these power outages. For now, reporting live in Seattle Soto District, Frankie Thompson, Fox 13 News.
That is something you do not hear often in our area. It's thunder. This video was sent in from a viewer, John Clifford Sr. He says he watched the storm move west from the Elwha Valley.
Meanwhile, viewer Cassie Curtis in Spanaway captured this video of a lightning strike. Cassie tells Fox 13 she loves to photograph lightning in our region and takes video as well. She told us she was just glad that she managed to get this particular shot.
Wow, and that's thunder in Mill Creek. You can hear it rumbling in the distance in this viewer video.
And yet another photo, this time from viewer Tiffany Pimentel from the Arlington area earlier this afternoon. Tiffany titling this image, "The Calm Before the Storm."
To keep up with the latest forecast, power outages, and any other weather developments, just download the Fox Local app. You can also stream our coverage on the app. It's free to download on your mobile phone and all streaming platforms.
An attempted carjacking turns into a deadly incident claiming multiple people's lives. What the suspect's attorneys asked for in court today and why one of the victim's mothers is breathing a sigh of relief.
And stay with us for more weather alert coverage. We'll take a closer look at where we could see more high wind, hail, and lightning tonight. That's next.
Well, welcome back in. A sigh of relief for the mother of an attempted armed carjacking victim.
Today, a judge denied a reduction in bail for the man accused of trying to steal her son's car using an illegally modified machine gun. Gary Darnell Chevis Pelham is one of 3 defendants accused of the dangerous crime spree that unfolded in Spanaway last month. Investigators say the incident ended with a multi-vehicle crash involving several people, including deputies. Pelham's bail had been set at $150,000. Today, his attorney asked that it be reduced, but the judge denied that request.
I was happy that the judge did not allow the reduction of bail. So a little victory is what's going to eventually win the war. These people that tried to carjack my son. They are, it seems like, career criminals. And to know that they're behind bars lets me sleep a little bit at night.
The judge also denied a request by the defendant to be released on home electronic monitoring.
A woman's body was recovered in Auburn after she was reported missing just 1 day ago. Algona police say they found her body in a marsh near Algona Boulevard North and Boundary Boulevard. This was just before 7:30 this morning. Now, investigators tell Fox 13 that she was a resident at a care facility in the city of Pacific. She reportedly left that facility the previous day to go to a coffee shop near the Supermall. When she didn't return, she was reported missing to police. Anyone with information is now being asked to call Algona police.
A man held at gunpoint at his own home. Now police are searching for the suspects. Seattle police say they were called to a home off Aurora Avenue near Northgate just after 12:30. The homeowner, a 60-year-old man, told police when he was leaving his home, 2 people stopped him and forced him back inside. The suspects then ransacked the home, taking phones, keys, and other items. The man says as they left, one of them held a gun to him and escorted him outside. The homeowner managed to break free and then started running. That's when the suspects fired a single shot at him, and luckily he wasn't hit. Seattle police say the 2 suspects got into a car with a possible getaway driver. So if you know anything about this incident, call the Violent Crimes Tip Line at 206-333-5000.
Let's turn back to our forecast now with a look at tonight's sunset over Seattle's Queen Anne neighborhood. This is a sped up view as those clouds started to move into our area, and eventually that sun would set. But by then, the gray clouds were overhead, and that is when the lightning began. You know, it is so ominous looking at it sped up like this, but at points today, it really seemed like it was going to be a nice day. If you hadn't been listening to our meteorologist, you wouldn't have known it was going to be so gross out there.
It did. It really did. I think a lot of people were waiting and waiting, and then it was kind of like bam and boom, literally.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those hurry up and waits, right? It's something that we've been talking about for days, and then we had to sort of wait our turn for that line to come through here. We had a little bit of a dry break just a short time ago in parts of the Seattle metro locations. It's now filling in again with some light rainfall, as you can see here. A lot of the lightning, though, is not there with the second line that's coming through here. So we're getting some moderate downpours there around parts of Tacoma, and we're also getting another small pocket along I-90 there as you get just to the areas around Falls City and a little bit eastward. Up to the north, though, parts of Skagit and Whatcom County, you are seeing a lot of the bulk of the lightning currently there. So we're not quite done with this light show in areas of the North Sound, and from Arlington all the way stretching through Mount Vernon and up closer to Bellingham is where a lot of that lightning is currently focused. Back out toward the coastline, we had another round of some heavy downpours of rain that came through the Olympic Peninsula and through Forks a short time ago. This, too, though, was missing the lightning with it. As we look off to the south, we have just this line that's going to continue to work its way northward. After that, most of the rainfall is going to be generally light behind it. As you can see farther off to the south, we have mainly some pockets of light rain with a few embedded moderate downpours, but missing the lightning component of it again. So that just shows that a lot of this is starting to decrease in intensity. As we check out the Olympia cam, the rain was really coming down there just about 10-15 minutes ago. Temperatures are sitting right around 54 degrees currently. Outside right now, elsewhere across the Puget Sound region, we've got 51 in Everett, 53 currently in Seattle, and 54 in Olympia. Temperatures are sitting in the 50s as well in parts of Kelso. As we check out that severe weather risk, we are just going to still hold on to that slight risk for severe weather for tonight. But really what we're looking for at this point in time is more of that lightning threat to be very high. I'm really seeing the potential for that large hail is diminishing, as well as the threat for some of the isolated weak tornadoes that we were thinking were going to come. The severe thunderstorm watch that we had in effect was allowed to expire at 9 o'clock. So again, all of these storms are starting to decrease in intensity. So as we look at the futurecast for the rest of the night, you can really see that once that line exits into areas around parts of Bellingham, we're going to be looking for just some scattered light rainfall behind it, and that's going to be the general trend as we get into Thursday. With more on the forecast right now, Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth is joining me right now, and he's going to take you through Thursday because we know it's a big day tomorrow, especially for the Mariners.
Yeah, opening day of baseball over at T-Mobile Park. That's going to be fun, and it's interesting to see how that system made its way through the area today and what's going to happen now tomorrow. So here's a look at the forecast around the region.
region tomorrow. In the lowlands, it's going to be cool, 58 degrees. Remember, we had the day that was just over 70 degrees. In fact, it seems like it was forever ago. It was actually yesterday. Today we were in the 60s, but tomorrow going to be 58 degrees in the lowlands. We'll still see a cooler afternoon with some showers at times as well. As we take a look at the futurecast now, Alona stopped it in the middle of the night. We're going to pick it up from there and show you what's going to happen through our day on Thursday. Here's 9:30 a.m. Just a few light showers here and there, but cloudy skies, and then off and on showers throughout the rest of the day. That roof will definitely be closed for the Mariner game. One of the things we were concerned with today was wind speeds. Here's the wind speeds throughout the region right now. And now, excuse me, we take a look at the extended forecast for you. Breezy with a stray possibility of a thunderstorm tomorrow. 58 degrees. The rest of the extended forecast has showers in it every day as we head into the middle part of next week.
This is going to lead to the construction of a lot of plants, and in this case, auto plants.
President Trump announcing new tariffs, this time on car and trucks being imported into the U.S. What car buyers can expect straight ahead.
And we're continuing to track tonight's storm moving through the Puget Sound. We'll check back in with our crews live in our weather tracker next. The rain continues to fall in Tacoma at this hour.
Let's get back out to Jennifer Dowling, who's been tracking with the weather tracker. Jennifer, what are you seeing out there on the roads?
Well, it is very rainy at this hour. The rain has been steadily falling all night. And we've got some ponding water, some standing water on the roads, which is making travel a little bit tricky for some drivers. I'll give you a look at conditions out here now in the Fox 13 weather tracker. You can see that the roads here are just wet. But in some of those lower lying roads and in some of the areas where the streets are not so even, there's a lot of standing and ponding water. So you want to be careful if you're heading out that way. By far the biggest event of the night here in the Tacoma area, the Pierce County area, was the lightning. We saw flashes happening throughout the afternoon and evening. It's died down now, and so has the wind. The wind was quite strong in some locations earlier on in the afternoon. We're in a higher profile vehicle because we have some equipment on top of the weather tracker, and we got knocked around a little bit by the storm as it moved through. So we continue to see a lot of water out here, and it's kind of cold and kind of rainy, and just people are staying in. So we haven't seen a lot of people heading out. I think it's good advice to just stay home if you don't have to be out in this rainy weather. But if you do, take it slow on those roads for sure.
Jennifer, I know here in Seattle, we were kind of watching it come in for so long. We were kind of bracing for this weather. We saw those ominous clouds, and then all of a sudden it just kind of hit, and the thunder was right there. Could you kind of walk us through? I mean, I know you've been driving all over. Did it kind of seem like it was going to be nice for a while you're out there? Because that's what it felt like here.
Yes, in some areas it was beautiful. We even saw a rainbow in the Yelm and Rainier area kind of after the cell had moved through, and some light sprinkles. And so it depended on where you were. So it was kind of patchy, and then we headed back towards the Tacoma area, and things got rainy again and very cloudy, and there was a lot of lightning. So it just depended on where you were in the path of that storm cell, of how much lightning you were going to get, how much wind, and how severe conditions were going to be. So, but things have calmed down quite a bit here in Tacoma, which is good news.
Jennifer, thank you. Continue to stay safe out there. We'll check back with you on Fox 13 News at 10. In national news, questions are mounting over how a journalist was added to a group chat where top officials discussed planning a strike on the Houthis.
Atlantic editor Jeffrey Goldberg released more messages, including one from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, laying out specific timing, weapons, and targets. Administration officials, though, are sticking to their stance that nothing classified was shared in that chat. But former senior defense officials talking to Fox News said this information would put troops at risk, and information of an attack beforehand would be classified. Some lawmakers are now calling for an investigation.
Today, President Trump announced new auto tariffs on foreign-made cars. All three major U.S. stock indexes closed lower in anticipation of this news, ending a three-day stretch of gains. The president says the new 25% tariffs are what's best for the U.S. economy long-term, but in the short term, the tariffs are expected to mean higher costs for some car buyers. They're also expected to raise costs for auto and part manufacturers. The new auto tariffs are set to take effect on April 2nd, along with President Trump's reciprocal tariffs.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Hammondy testifying on Capitol Hill today. She spoke about the ongoing investigation into that deadly plane crash at Reagan National Airport in January. Democrats on the House Appropriations Committee asked if the president was correct to blame the incident on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Hammondy said that it is too early to state, as this is an ongoing investigation. She also praised Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy for placing stricter limits on helicopter traffic in and around that airport. Hammondy is due back on Capitol Hill tomorrow for the first Senate hearing on the January crash.
There's typically in your homeowners policy a 60-day limit from the inciting incident.
As severe storms make their way through the Puget Sound, we're paying a visit to one local community still reeling from the last major weather event. How some are still feeling the effects of the November's bomb cyclone.
Breaking news now. Everett Fire says a lightning strike hit a home off of Kromer Avenue, sparking a fire. You're looking at the tweet from the agency that came out just moments ago. They say that the lightning strike hit around 8:30. Crews were able to extinguish the roof fire before it spread and then found the electrical system in the home had been compromised. They were out there pretty quick, and the good news we can report this hour is that no one was injured.
In a matter of minutes, the sunny and warm day turned dark and stormy. Here's a look at tonight's sunset down in Olympia. As you can see, strong winds and heavy rain moved in quickly, and Olympia wasn't the only city to see those kinds of conditions. Our team coverage on tonight's powerful storm system continues with Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth standing by for a look at how long things could be like this.
But first, meteorologist Alona McCauley is tracking where things are at right now. So, Alona, what are the current conditions now?
We got another round of light rain that's currently moving through parts of the downtown Seattle area. We had a break just about an hour or so ago, but that is now quickly filling in with some wet weather. But you will notice as we look at the live Doppler radar that there is not as much lightning with this system now that is coming through here. So we had that main line that came through, brought all of the lightning strikes and that very heavy rainfall, and now the back half of it is just some light to moderate rain. A lot of the lightning is now concentrated up in areas of Skagit, Whatcom County, as the rest of the system is going to exit its way northward. Zooming out and looking a little bit off to the south, because we know that this is the direction that a lot of that energy has been coming for the better part of the day. It is pretty much just standard Pacific Northwest rain at this point in time. So we're not looking for those heavy bands anymore coming through. The lightning has really started to subside. So we're just going to be looking for a pretty soggy night from here on out. Now, joining me right now is Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth. And hey, one of the things that we were talking about all day long is that how these temperatures stayed a little cooler than what we were originally forecasting, and that really likely saved us from seeing some of that large hail potential.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we had that cloud cover that stayed a little longer than we were expecting this morning, and so that did keep the temperatures down a little bit. Today, we did get to 65 at SeaTac, 69 in Olympia, 70 in Chehalis. We were near 80 degrees in Kelso and Longview earlier today, and then there was about a 20-degree drop as the day went on, but our average high 56, so we're well above that everywhere. Temperatures right now, you could see pretty much back to normal here in the low to mid 50s for the most part throughout the region are the temperatures that we're following now. So March so far today's high temperature was 65 degrees. Again, 3 days in a row where we are above normal temperatures, but we're back to our normal temperatures as we head into tomorrow for you. Again, the rain has returned, and as Alona mentioned, the rain that's making its way through now is basically standard Pacific Northwest rain. That doesn't mean we're out of the woods. We still could see some lightning pop up with this system that's making its way through now. There's still a possibility of winds and hail, although that is becoming fewer and fewer, less chances of that happening as the night goes on and into early tomorrow morning as well. So here's our 3-day forecast for you. So stray thunderstorm tomorrow for opening day of baseball. The roof will probably be closed. In fact, it probably will be the entire weekend of baseball for the Mariners. As we send it back to you, Sabira and Matthew.
Stephen, thanks. Let's take a look out at this video from Mount Vernon now. WashDOT North posting this on X, showing some of the lightning strikes in that area. The agency says it is monitoring conditions as showers and thunderstorms move through Skagit County.
Turning now to Fox 13's Nia Wong. She's joining us live at the ferry terminal in Seattle with a look at conditions there. Nia, how have things changed?
Yeah, you know, the rain has picked up a little bit. It's pretty soggy. It's consistent, but still nothing compared to when we first arrived here a few hours ago. Take a look. Here's what our cameras captured around 7:30. That's when that storm really rolled in. You saw it flash across the sky over Elliott Bay, and it was strong, and you heard those rolls of thunder. And below all that action were drivers lining up to catch the ferry to Bainbridge, but many of them weren't very fazed by the storm, like Kevin DeLeschmidt. Do you enjoy them?
I do. I love thunderstorms.
What do you like about them?
Oh, they just, when they roll in and the big roll clouds that come across and the lightning and thunder and heavy rain, I like all of that.
Was this brief storm we had, was that very impressive to you?
Not very, no.
Well, thankfully, their ferry left on time, and even though passengers were warned about potential disruptions due to severe weather, we really saw minimal delays throughout the day. However, that could change throughout the night, and if there are going to be significant impacts, the Washington State Ferry System says they're going to alert riders. We're now live in Seattle. Nia Wong, Fox 13 News.
Nia, thank you. Let's get another check on power outages around the region. We're actually down to about 2,200 power outages right now in King County. That's down from earlier. We saw about, I believe, 2,900 power outages. So it looks like things are getting better, not worse, which is always good, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. We know crews were prepped and ready to go if we saw mass outages. In fact, the power outage map shows the storms blew out electricity in South Seattle in particular. So we do want to check back in with Fox 13's Frankie Thompson. She's been outside the SOTO facility where all those trucks and workers are coming and going, trying to work to restore power when it goes down.
Yeah, Matt, Severa. So Seattle City Light, according to their power outage map, it shows 1,058 customers are currently without power. That is a small update, a small increase from our last report about 30 minutes ago. But you know what? This team, they were ready. They activated their severe weather plan as soon as this storm was detected in the forecast. And so we are in the SOTO area where the facility is just behind us, where those trucks are moving in and out to restore power. City Light says it is working to immediately find the source of the problem and restore power as quickly and as safely as possible to all affected customers. Managers say they also have extra crews and staff standing by in case the scheduled crews need more help responding to outages.
So what we'll be planning for is the worst, but hoping for the best. And how we do that is by making sure that we're well stocked on any needed supplies, that our trucks are up and operational, and that our equipment that might be needed is ready to go. As far as crews, we have our regular crews that are currently scheduled, and then we will bring in additional crews as needed to address any outages that might occur.
And as mentioned earlier, the power outage map is showing most of the outages right now are in South Seattle. Now, for those who still have power, Seattle City Light is advising people to charge their devices now, whether that's your phone or a medical device. Make sure those are charged just in case there is an electricity outage coming up in this possible next wave of heavy rain we're about to see. For now, we'll send it back to you live in the studio. Frankie Thompson, Fox 13 News.
Frankie, thanks for that live report. Meanwhile, as Western Washington gets all that lightning and those high winds, the heavy rains, the severe storm is reminding a lot of people in our community of the bomb cyclone that shut down power for hours, in some cases days, back in November.
As Fox 13's Lauren Donovan shows us, some are still paying to repair the damages caused by that powerful storm system.
Within a mere 5-minute drive, you'll see more than a dozen. House after house after house tarped up. These days, these wooded blocks see about as many construction workers as they do dog walkers. Homeowners here have shelled out tens of thousands of dollars to rebuild. Some have made serious progress, but others expect it'll be at least a year before things go back to normal. It's been 4 months since the bomb cyclone ripped through the Miramont neighborhood just outside of Issaquah, and as you can see, homeowners are still reeling in the aftermath.
People are wondering what to do in the event of a big storm and how it might impact their home.
Contractors tell me you can tarp up a house all you want, but in humidity like this, when a thunderstorm rolls through, moisture will find a way in. Exposed sheetrock and insulation will suck it all up, and that could very well result in black mold. For that reason, I'm told many of these damaged Miramont homes are still uninhabitable. So what happens if this new system comes through the Cascades and things go from bad to worse?
If your home or property suffers damage during the windstorm, your home should be covered under your home insurance policy.
But as Aaron Van Tile with the Office of the State Insurance Commissioner points out, pre-existing damage isn't covered. Anyone already impacted by the bomb cyclone should note.
You will probably have to start something new. I think there's typically in your homeowners policy a 60-day limit from the inciting incident.
Washington's seen severe wind and rain before, but what's projected tonight is unusual.
Yeah, this is the first time I can remember tornado damage coming up. But you know, wind, hail, any of those are covered under the same basic peril coverage.
Aaron says if he can leave home and car owners with one piece of advice ahead of any aftermath, it's this.
And make sure it's going to be cost effective for you to file that claim. If there's damage to your home and you file a claim and it's not covered, even if your claim is denied, that will still go on the claims history for your insurance company. And so that could impact your rates, your premiums going forward.
Reporting in Miramont, Lauren Donovan, Fox 13 News.
Now, if you're looking to keep up with the latest forecast, power outages, or any weather developments overnight, all you have to do is look to the Fox Local app. Now, if you download it tonight before you potentially lose power, it'll help you out because you can stream all of our news stories on the app. It's free to download on your mobile phone and other streaming platforms.
State lawmakers agree Washington needs more money, but the road to getting it is becoming a bumpy ride. Why some say higher gas tax could drive the state in the right direction, while others hope the idea stalls out.
Plus, it's opening day eve here in Seattle. The Mariners holding their final team workout ahead of tomorrow's season opener. We'll get skipper Dan Wilson's thoughts on the big day ahead in sports. Plus, another look at your forecast. That's coming up on the other side of the break. Welcome back into Fox 13. Drivers could be paying more at the pump this year as lawmakers are considering a gas tax increase to close a billion-dollar gap, a multi-billion-dollar gap at that, in transportation spending.
To bring in more revenue, the Senate is proposing authorizing tolls on State Route 520 beyond the floating bridge, and the House implementing an annual fee for more fuel-efficient cars. However, both proposals include an increase to the state's gas tax. It's currently 49 cents a gallon. The Senate proposal would increase that by 6 cents, while the House would add 9 cents. There's a mixed response from legislative Republicans.
Nobody likes to raise taxes. You know, my side doesn't like to raise taxes, but you know, the realities of life are what they are, and in order to make this system work, it takes money.
Washington State is feeling the pressures of how expensive it is to live, to work here, and when you look at the environment right now with what's coming in the next 30 days, with all these tax proposals that are being put forth, this is just not the right time to be talking about increasing that pressure on the people of Washington.
Representative Burkus says the state should instead look at repurposing Climate Commitment Act funds. Though Democrats are opposed to that idea, the Republican says he'll push for alternatives as a lot can change between these initial proposals and the final budget.
All right, let's take another look at our forecast. Got a live look outside around our region. We have seen a lot already tonight. We heard the strong winds. We heard the rain coming down in buckets, really, and then lots of flashes of lightning so far. I know that a lot of people have been rushing outside and just trying to get a view of this. So rare to see lightning here in our area.
Absolutely rare, and just in general, even to say storm, thunderstorms, that's all rare. Alona, I have a question for you. Any hail on the way? What are we seeing with hail?
You know what? We had reports earlier tonight of pea-sized hail in a lot of spots. The biggest reports that we were getting earlier this evening was some nickel-sized hail, and that was with a pretty strong thunderstorm that was rolling through parts of the Port Angeles area. A lot of the threat for hail is starting to decrease now. Not going to say that it's not off the table, but we're seeing less likelihood of, especially less likelihood of large hail. We didn't get any reports of that severe hail coming down. Got a couple of lightning strikes that are still showing up. So one of them was near Gold Bar, and we had a quick little flash there in parts of Falls City. So we're not done with the light show yet. It is just not quite as intense as it was given a couple of hours ago. So light rain is falling across much of the I-5 area, stretching from Everett all the way through Seattle. We've got a couple pockets of still some moderate downpours of rain there. Most of the lightning is concentrated up in areas of Skagit and Whatcom County. You can see that we're getting a pretty good downpour of rain right now in parts of Bellingham and back off toward our island communities, especially Friday Harbor. As we look down to the south, this, of course, is where all of that moisture has been coming from, with the rounds of rainfall moving in through really starting around southern Oregon and pushing its way all the way northward. Most of what we're seeing back behind this line now is scattered light rainfall. So that's primarily what we're going to be in store for here for the rest of the night. A live look outside from our Queen Anne cam. You can see that light rain falling over the metro locations. Temperatures have cooled to 53 degrees. Winds are going to be breezy at times with some of those stronger thunderstorms that we could potentially see, but well below that severe threshold. In fact, the severe thunderstorm watch that we had issued has been allowed to expire as of 9 o'clock. So looking at the Storm Prediction Center, they still have us technically under that slight risk for severe weather. I do think a lot of the ingredients, though, are starting to dissipate as we get into the later hours. Really what we're just going to be looking for is the potential for some locally heavy downpours of rain, as well as some of that lightning at times, but not as widespread or intense. Here's a look at the futurecast for the remainder of the overnight. So late night tonight, we're going to continue to see primarily light rainfall, a few isolated pockets of some moderate to heavier downpours of rain. Most of that, though, is going to exit, that you can see right around the midnight to 2 o'clock in the morning hour. And then we're going to be left with some scattered showers for the early morning hours of Thursday. Now, joining me right now is Fox 13 Stephen Kilbreth. And Stephen, we know tomorrow is a really big day for us because we've got the Mariners home opener. What are we expecting to see?
Well, we're expecting to see some showers for that. It will be rainy for that, possibility of some thunderstorms late in the day. Let's take a look at the forecast for tomorrow. So we'll start off with some cloudy skies and a few showers, cooler afternoon, stray possibility of a thunderstorm, and a soggy night. So those temperatures will be in the mid to upper 50s, but the severe storms are ended, and they will have ended by the time we hit the overnight hours. Here's a look at tomorrow's forecast. You can see cooler afternoon. That stray thunderstorm is possible. Temperatures will be in the low to mid 50s and upper 50s in some spots. So we'll pick up the futurecast where Alona left off with it, and you can see throughout the day we have a few showers here and there as the day goes on. In fact, it's going to stay cloudy, and it's going to stay pretty wet for the most part throughout the day on Thursday. So here's that 7-day forecast for you. So stray storm possible for you tomorrow for the opening day of baseball, and then baseball through the entire weekend and early part of next week. In fact, we're going to see showers every day on our forecast for the entire week and into or for the weekend and on into next week as well. So it's not going away anytime soon, but at least the storms have subsided just a bit.
Well, according to some gambling sites, the Seattle Mariners are 25-1 odds to win the World Series in 2025. The quest to get there starts tomorrow. That's when the Mariners will hold its season opener at T-Mobile Park against the Athletics. So today, the team held their first workout since returning home from spring training in Arizona. Now, Logan Gilbert will be taking the mound, getting the nod as the opening day starter. With a young pitching staff and returning stars like Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh, the team seems excited to get this season going.
I think our guys are ready to go. It's exciting to be at this point and to be able to get ready to go watch them do what they do, because it's a great group of guys. It's a bunch of guys that have worked really hard, and you know, when the season starts, that's kind of your payoff, and it's time to go, and I know they're ready to go.
One of the team's all-time greats and soon-to-be Hall of Famer Ichiro Suzuki will throw out the first pitch tomorrow. The game is slated to start at 7:10. And a reminder for you, you can join us for Mariners opening day. Our team will be live at T-Mobile Park all day long with a look at what fans can expect this season, including new food, fun giveaways, and so much more. Hannah and I will be down there for the 4 and 5 o'clock hours. We're going to have some exclusive interviews you will not be able to see anywhere else. That's going to be Thursday. We'll have you live coverage all day long on Fox 13. Stick around. A final look at your forecast is up next. Right now, you are watching Fox 13 News.
All right, taking a look outside right now, we had some quick and heavy downpours of rain. We managed to pick up about 2/10 of an inch of rainfall almost around parts of downtown Seattle, 3/10 of an inch of rain officially at SeaTac International Airport, and 3/10 of an inch of rain as well in Forks. It's still not done yet, but these were, of course, very fast-moving storms that came through earlier this evening, so it dumped rainfall a very short period of time. Looking at the currents right now, we've cooled to 52 degrees in Everett, 53 in Seattle, and 52 degrees in Tacoma, 54 in Olympia right now. Looking ahead at tomorrow, we are going to see some scattered showers continue. We do have the possibility for a stray thunderstorm. They will not be severe, though. We're going to continue to see those showers lingering into the 10 o'clock hour. Of course, all eyes will be at T-Mobile Park for the big Mariners home opener. We'll have more on that forecast coming up.
Our team weather coverage continues tonight here on air and on the Fox Local app.
It's free to download for your smart TV or phone. If you're watching us on Fox 13 Plus, make sure to change it over to Fox 13 for the latest news, weather, and sports.
What is that, 3 in a row?
That would be 4, actually.
Oh, God.
Come on. What do you say? We go 5 out of 9?
So you can keep abusing me? No, thank you. I'm done.
Oh, come on. I'll spot you 3.
Game time's over, Wyatt. They're here.
They're here?
Get set up in the conference room.
Yeah. No, I'll just,
Get set up in the conference room. You did let him win, right?
It wasn't easy. The guy has the coordination of a 2-year-old.
I know. The last time these venture capitalists came in, I took him boxing to calm him down. I basically had to punch myself in the face to let him win.
I don't get it. I mean, if he's such a genius, why does he get so nervous around a bunch of investors?
You spend 2 years working on a satellite phone that...
This is Fox 13 News at 10.
We begin tonight with a weather alert. Let's head out live now for a look at our cameras around the Puget Sound. You can see it is still pretty stormy out there. It might be difficult to see through the cameras, but man, we have seen different conditions throughout the Sound all night long. Now, this is the tail end of the storm that's moved throughout western Washington today.
But check out this video from downtown Seattle. Lightning strikes taking center stage on this early spring Wednesday. So thanks for joining us for the news at 10. I'm David Rose.
And I'm Sabira Rayford.
This storm even sparked a house fire in Everett. Crews say lightning hit a home off Cromer Avenue about an hour and a half ago. Crews extinguished the roof fire before it spread and found problems with the electrical system in the home, but luckily no one was injured.
We're going to head to breaking news right now. All light rail services at the Angle Lake station are closed until further notice for a power outage. The one-line service is also suspended. Sound Transit tells us crews safely removed passengers from a light rail train after it got stuck on the elevated track. The power went out just after 7:30, right when the storm moved into the area. We have a crew on the way to check this scene out, and we'll bring you an update as soon as we get one. We do have team coverage for you tonight. Our crews are standing by around the region, keeping an eye on various different conditions, and we'll check in with them in just a moment.
First, Fox 13 Stephen Kilbreth and meteorologist Lonna McCauley are in our weather center. Now, Lonna, let's start with you. So how do things look right now?
A lot calmer, thankfully. We're going to be looking for just some light rainfall falling around parts of the Puget Sound region, really stretching from the North Sound all the way through parts of downtown Seattle. We had a break about an hour or so ago and just had a chance to catch our breath from some of those stronger thunderstorms that came through with quite a light show earlier today. There are some still pockets of moderate to heavier downpours of rain at times, and this is primarily going to be on our foothill communities. We had a couple of additional lightning strikes that were reported just about 45 minutes ago in areas near Gold Bar as well as in Falls City. It looks like that right now has passed, and the lightning is really concentrated up into areas of Skagit and Whatcom County. We have some moderate downpours of rain currently in Bellingham. Zooming out though to show you what's in store for the rest of the night, more light rainfall. We can't rule out the possibility of 1 or 2 isolated thunderstorms, but we're not going to be looking for anything as widespread as what we had here just a short time ago. And really a threat for that severe weather is diminishing with each and every hour of the night and into early tomorrow morning. Now, joining me right now is Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth. And Stephen, we were talking earlier today that the recipe has to be just right for these severe thunderstorms. And we got a little bit of a break in those temperatures not being quite as warm, and maybe saved us from some really large hail potential.
Yeah, it's interesting because the temperatures stayed a little bit cooler because we had that cloud cover that hung around a little bit. We got to 65 today, though, in Seattle, 69 in Olympia. A little further south, we were in the 70s, in fact, near 80 degrees in Kelso. So as those storms started moving north, those temperatures rose very quickly, and then they fell very quickly as well, as we saw about a 20-degree difference in the Kelso-Longview area. We didn't see that dramatic of a difference here as we got further north in places like Tacoma. So the average high today was 56 degrees, so we were about 10 degrees above that. Temperatures right now throughout the region, pretty much where they should be, in the mid-50s, as you can see here throughout the region. March so far, today we got to 65 degrees, but we're back to normal temperatures as we head into the rest of the week and into the weekend as well. We're not out of the severe weather risk yet. That goes until about midnight tonight. We could still see some lightning, as Alona mentioned. High winds are also a possibility, and that hail is still a possibility as well. Tomorrow, though, for the first day of baseball in Seattle, a stray storm and 58 degrees, and then those showers will continue as we head into Friday and on into the weekend. We'll have a complete forecast for you in just a few minutes. And now we're going to go to Jennifer and see what's going on out on the roadways. It's been a pretty crazy night for you, hasn't it?
It has. We've been following the storm cells all afternoon in Thurston, Pierce, and King counties, and we're in Pierce County right now in the Tacoma area, and we've noticed that the rain has continued to fall all afternoon and evening, and there is some standing water on the roads right now. I'm going to give you a look in our Fox 13 weather tracker camera. You can see that pooling and ponding water. Well, these puddles aren't too bad, but in some areas where there's some more low-lying stretches of road, it can get pretty treacherous. We did see one accident that may have been caused by weather. We're not sure, but it's easy to kind of hydroplane in some of these dark areas if you're not paying attention. And by far the most significant weather event of the storm, however, in Pierce County was the lightning earlier in the night. It was lighting up the entire area probably around 6 or 7 o'clock as we headed into the Tacoma area. And the wind was also quite strong at that time in some locations. Because we're in the weather tracker, we have a lot of weather gear on top. And so we were getting knocked around because it's a high profile vehicle by the winds of the storm, but it wasn't too bad. We survived, of course. By far the most fantastic aspect of today's storm was the rainbow, though, we captured in Rainier and Yelm. It was gorgeous and a welcome surprise after one of those cells moved through that area. It was even a double rainbow at one point. So we captured some pretty fantastic shots of that. A little bit of beauty after the storm. So back out here live, be careful if you're heading out on the roads. You know, the water is pooling and ponding, as I mentioned before, and it's dark. It's a dark kind of gloomy Pacific Northwest night. We all know how that goes, so you'll want to take it slow just in case you come across those patches of standing water. Reporting live in Pierce County, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Jennifer, thank you. And you and your photographer, they've been traveling through Pierce County and Thurston County all evening.
So let's take a look from another angle at how the roadways are doing. We've got Washington State Patrol Trooper John Datillo on the phone. Trooper Datillo, I know you've been out on the roads tonight. What have you seen so far?
Just like you guys, we've seen some standing water, a few minor collisions, nothing major, thank goodness. The evening commute wasn't as affected as we were fearing. We've been lucky so far, so hopefully that continues through the night for us.
Are you warning of anything in particular right now? What would you like to see from people out on the road who may have to commute somewhere or go somewhere at this time?
All through the winter months, our messaging is the same. Slow down and increase your following distance. Talking specifically about hydroplaning, just slowing down by a few miles per hour can prevent you from sliding across the road if you go over some standing water. And increasing your following distance gives you more time to react and gives the drivers around you more time to react.
Yeah, have you seen some of the rain making it really hard for visibility? And I know there's been a lot of work crews. There's different sites out on the road. Sometimes, you know, things come up quickly. How about visibility on the roads tonight?
Like I said, thank goodness it's starting to slow down a little bit, a few scattered crashes. But again, slowing down also helps with that visibility, allows your windshield wipers to do their job and clear that water off of the windshield.
All right, Trooper John Datillo, I hope things stay quiet on the roads and people heed your advice. We appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Let's now head out live to Nia Wong at the Seattle waterfront. Nia, how is it looking at this time?
Now, rain's been coming down steadily throughout the evening. It's actually picking up a little bit, but still a lot lighter than a couple of hours ago where we had a much bigger show. Take a look. Here's what our cameras captured around 7:30. That's when that storm really started to roll into this area, and we just saw the sky over Elliott Bay light up, lightning flashing across the sky, and that's when we really heard those rolls of thunder as well. And under all that action were drivers lining up to catch the ferry to Bainbridge, many of them unfazed, like Kevin DeLeschmidt.
Everybody was being slow and careful, so there's a lot of water on the road, but the lightning's just a distraction.
The ferry for this line left on time. We haven't seen too many disruptions here at this ferry terminal. Riders were warned about potential delays, and there have been some delays, but nothing significant at this hour. For now, reporting live in Seattle, Nia Wong, Fox 13 News.
All right, that's good to hear, Nia. Live now to SeaTac Airport. Their teams have been ready to respond to any problems that might come up because of high winds. We saw all inbound flights to the airport being held at their origin earlier tonight. That was lifted around 8:45. So that's good news. Live now to the power outage map. Well, right now you can see that doesn't look like anybody's.
Well, it's about
there's 3,116. Apologies there at the top of the screen. And you've got in King County 2,216, but the total number is 3,116 people without power. It doesn't look like that map really identifies exactly where those are at, but those people definitely want their lights back on. I'm sure some winds and rain had something to do with that, just like it did with the light rail being out earlier tonight. So we'll track that and let you know.
And speaking of right now, Seattle City Light crews are responding to outages, mostly in South Seattle. Fox 13's Frankie Thompson is tracking those outages. Frankie.
Yeah, Sabira, City Light crews have been hard at work tonight. They have been restoring power in several neighborhoods, especially in South Seattle, where the storms hit the hardest. Now we're looking at the current Seattle City Light power outage map, where you can see 363 customers are still affected by the power outages. That is a huge improvement from our last live report 30 minutes ago. And that is because Seattle City Light, they put their plan into motion. They have been planning their severe weather response ever since they detected this storm in the weather forecast. Again, most of those outages are in South Seattle, but we were hit really hard here in the Soto district as well. Now, the soaking rains were just pouring down earlier this evening. Seattle City Lights says their preparation has been just so massive here. Now, lightning strikes were flashing, flooded, followed by loud roars of thunder. It seemed like lightning hit every other minute during the 7 o'clock hour. We spoke to someone who got caught up in the storm as he was walking to his bus stop.
30 minutes ago, it was cool and everything, but it just changed in a moment. You know what I'm saying? Like suddenly. So it just turned from all the way smooth, cool, to rainy, cloudy, a lot of thunders, scary.
Seattle City Lights preparation for the storm includes making sure all trucks are well stocked with supplies and checking to see all equipment is operational. Officials say they made plans for the worst case scenario, as their biggest concerns for this storm are lightning strikes, which we saw, strong winds, and possibly branches or trees crashing down that could snap power lines.
Whenever someone would encounter a downed wire, we say stay at least 30 feet back, call 911 immediately to report it, and never try to move a downed wire or anything that might be touching it yourself. Always treat them as highly dangerous.
City light managers say they also have extra staff and crews standing by just in case the scheduled crews need some extra help responding to the outages, but it doesn't look like there's much left according to the outage map. Again, 363 affected customers by this power outage, and that number continues to dwindle down as the evening progresses. We're going to keep monitoring these numbers, and we'll have an update for you in our next live report in about 30 minutes. For now, we'll send it back to you in the studio, reporting live in Seattle, Soto District, Frankie Thompson, Fox 13 News.
All right, and if you don't have the Fox Local app, now's a good time to download it ahead of any potential power outages. That way you can stream our live news and weather coverage anytime, anywhere. The weather team has been streaming it all evening long, so just go to your phone, download the Fox Local app to your mobile phone. You can also put it on your TV, and you can watch it live. We've got live programming, and you can also see any stories you might have missed.
Stay with us for more on this weather alert coverage. We're going to be continuing to monitor the conditions out there and let you know what's coming up next. You're watching Fox 13 News. Well, that is something you do not hear very often in our area. It's thunder. This video was sent in to us from a viewer, John Clifford Sr. He says he watched the storm move west from the Elwha Valley.
Viewer Cassie Curtis in Spanaway captured this video of a lightning strike. Cassie tells Fox 13 she loves to photograph and takes videos of lightning and was glad she managed to get that shot.
Ooh, and that's more thunder in Mill Creek. You can hear it rumbling in the distance in this viewer video.
And here's a photo from viewer Tiffany Pimentel out of Arlington from earlier this afternoon. Tiffany titled it "The Calm Before the Storm." You know, in the South, they'd be laughing at us tonight. I mean, this is like no big deal if you're in Dallas or somewhere else. But here, it's a big deal because we almost never have lightning and thunder. Fox 13 meteorologist Lonna McCauley is here. So we had some action tonight. Things are starting to move out. I guess the good news is we didn't see any major damaging, did we?
No, we didn't. We've had a couple of isolated events that are popping up, but really one of the things that was missing out of this storm that came through earlier today was the warm temperatures that we needed this afternoon. So we got fairly lucky that we didn't see those record highs today that we were forecasting up in the 70s. That would have really gotten the clouds to tower even more, and the probability of that large size hail that we were thinking would have likely have come through for that. But it stayed cooler than normal, and right now we've got primarily just some light rainfall falling around parts of the I-5 corridor, which we know we can all deal with here in parts of the Pacific Northwest. Some moderate to heavier downpours of rain still working their way through some pockets of that. We don't have quite as much lightning showing up with these storms, so they're losing some intensity as the night goes on. We had one or two pop up there about an hour or so ago in parts of Gold Bar and Falls City. As you make your way a little bit farther north, you can see still coming down there in parts of Bellingham, but even this, with a lot of the lightning has subsided there in that location. And zooming out just a bit to show you what is happening back behind it, we continue to see just some scattered areas of some rainfall moving in with that area of low pressure pushing in the moisture from the south and continuing to work its way northward. So this is a live look outside right now in Queen Anne, where the light rain is still falling at this point in time. Temperatures have cooled to about 52 degrees, and we have southwest winds at 11 miles an hour. So just to reiterate, the severe thunderstorm watch that we had was allowed to expire at 9 o'clock. The threat is really continuing to diminish. We will see some pockets of heavy rainfall through the night at times, and we're still going to continue the possibility for some lightning here for about another couple of hours. So looking ahead at that hour-by-hour forecast, that futurecast for tonight, we will see some scattered showers and some isolated pockets of heavier downpours of rain. Some small hail, still not totally out of the question, but again, that threat for the really large size hail is diminishing, and we really just luckily didn't get that coming out of the storm because it didn't get quite as warm today as we were forecasting. So joining me right now with more is Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth. And Stephen, we are going to be gearing up for a really big day around here. We know that we're all eagerly waiting the home opener for the Mariners. How does the weather look for tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow, and I'm going to pick up the futurecast where you left off. Tomorrow we will see a few showers off and on. Roof will probably be closed because some of the pregame things will see some showers. It's not going to be a huge downpour throughout the day, but let's take a look here at the futurecast as we head to about 10:30 in the morning. Just a few showers along the coast, maybe through Paulsbo and in Everett, and you can see in Snohomish County. And then there's another band that comes through as we posit around 7:30. So, you know, maybe they leave it open. If they have to make the decision earlier in the day, it'll probably still be closed, but you can see those showers also moving up from the south late in the day as well. So tomorrow's forecast around the region looks like this. The lowlands will see 58 degrees, 62 in the foothills with rainy and breezy conditions. You can see we'll be in the upper 50s to near 60 degrees as we head through the entire day tomorrow. And now let's take a look at the all-important 7-day forecast. So 58 tomorrow, 55 with some more showers on Friday, 54 on Saturday. Actually, Sunday starts out nice. We'll just get some showers late in the day, 61 on that day, and then back to the mid-50s as we head into the early part of next week. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, and we're staying on top of breaking news. We're giving you a live look right now at the Angle Lake Station in Seattle. It's hard to see, but that's a light rail train that is stuck up there. About 7:30 or shortly after 7:30 as the storm moved in tonight, that train lost power. it's possible that the power line snapped. They were able to get a rescue train up there and get the passengers off of that train. So it's empty now, but the Angle Lake station is closed indefinitely until they get the power back on, and the Line 1 trains are not running at all. So if you're planning to take this, say, from Federal Way to SeaTac tomorrow, you're going to want to check first thing or watch Good Day Seattle to see if that train's running. They're going to be working on it tonight, try to get the power back on. But again, this train down at the Angle Lake station and the Angle Lake light rail station, this is all closed as they try to figure out whether the weather caused it. Did lightning hit it? You know, was it something else? Was it wind? They don't know exactly what happened. What we do know is that light rail train does not have any power, and nobody was injured. The passengers were all safely taken off the light rail.
An attempted carjacking turns into a deadly incident, claiming multiple people's lives. What the suspect's attorney asked for in court today as a victim's mother breathes a sigh of relief.
A Seattle man walks out of his Northgate home and is forced back inside at gunpoint. Coming up, the search for 2 suspects in a terrifying home invasion. Percy Levy is back behind bars tonight, this time on a federal hold. He's facing several drug charges in Snohomish County. Earlier today, the U.S. Marshals took him back into custody. The community advocate for incarcerated people transitioning out of prison was previously arrested earlier this month after a 16-month investigation by the Snohomish Regional Drug Task Force. They say he had enough fentanyl to kill more than 250,000 people. Levy posted $1.5 million bond Monday night and was released from the Snohomish County Jail. But that's exactly where he is again tonight. He's expected to be in federal court tomorrow.
A man held at gunpoint at his own home. Now police are searching for the suspect. Seattle police say they were called to a home off Aurora Avenue near Northgate just after 12:30. The homeowner, a 60-year-old man, told police when he was leaving his home, two people stopped him and forced him back inside. The suspects then ransacked the home, taking phones, keys, and other items. The man says as they left, one of them held a gun to him and escorted him outside. The homeowner managed to break free, and then he started running. That's when the suspects fired a single shot at him, and luckily he wasn't hit. Seattle police say the two suspects got into a car with a possible getaway driver. So if you know anything about this incident, call the Violent Crimes Tip Line at 206-233-5000.
A sigh of relief for the mother of an attempted armed carjacking victim. Today, a judge denied a reduction in bail for the man accused of trying to steal her son's car using an illegally modified machine gun. Gary Darnell Sheaves Pelham is one of 3 defendants accused of the dangerous crime spree that unfolded in Skamania last month. And he's also a convicted sex offender. Investigators say the incident ended with a multi-vehicle crash involving several people, including deputies. Pelham's bail had been set at $150,000. Today, his attorney asked that the bail be reduced. The judge denied the request, citing his public safety assessment score.
I was happy that the judge did not allow the reduction of bail. So a little victory is what's going to eventually win the war. These people that tried to carjack my son, they are, it seems like, career criminals. And to know that they're behind bars lets me sleep a little bit at night.
He has a long criminal history, including assault, multiple illegal possession of firearm convictions. The judge also denied a request by the defendant to be released on electronic home monitoring.
Still ahead tonight, we're headed back out to our cruise with live team coverage as the storm makes its way through Western Washington. Stick with us. You're watching Fox 13 News.
Well, Fox 13 issued a weather alert day tracking severe thunderstorms. And here's a live look outside. You can see it's dark and stormy. It's really wet. We saw a lot of action a few hours ago. Take a listen.
This is what ferry riders saw on their ride home from Seattle tonight. Wow, Washington State Ferries told us earlier if lightning hits the vessel, they are designed to handle the strike. So that's the good news. That's because the ferries are designed to attract lightning strikes to hit a rod on the top of the boat, which then redirects the voltage to the water. Our crews are standing by around the region, keeping an eye on the various different conditions, and they've been out there monitoring those conditions. So we will check back in with them in just a moment.
First, Fox 13 Stephen Kilbreth, and meteorologist Alona McCauley are in the Weather Center. Alona, how are things looking right now?
Still very wet outside. You can see some of that light rainfall currently falling around the Queen Anne Cam as we take a look over the downtown skyline. Temperatures are hovering right around 52 degrees. Winds have been coming out of the southwest at around 11 miles an hour, and it could be gustier in some of those locations where we still have some heavier downpours of rain. Now, total rain since midnight. A lot of this came very quickly as that initial line was moving through here. So we've seen about 2/10 of an inch in downtown Seattle, a quick almost 4/10 of an inch of rain in SeaTac as well as JBLM, and coming in with about 3/10 of an inch, and had some very heavy downpours of rain there as well around Port Angeles. A live look at the Doppler radar right now shows we've got still some pockets that we're monitoring. You can see it coming through parts of Enumclaw right now, even into areas of Fall City and Carnation, and around parts of Gold Bar as well. We're continuing to see some heavier pockets of rain. Primarily, this is going to be what's left for the remainder of the night. We still have some rotation with that area of low pressure spinning in moisture from the south and continuing its northerly trek, but we are not going to be seeing the potential for the severe weather really for any more of the night. Joining me right now is Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth. And Stephen, one of the reasons that we did not see a lot of the severe thunderstorms with that large hail is because of the temperatures today. They stayed much cooler than what we were anticipating.
Yeah, for sure. I know in the forecast we were forecasted yesterday that it might be getting up to upper 60s to near 70 degrees in Seattle today. We got to 65 at SeaTac. Of course, the average high is 56, so we are well above that. But as Alona just mentioned, it didn't get warm enough for the hail to get as big as was forecast. So that's why we just got to, the hail we got was about nickel size in a lot of spots. Everywhere else we saw the pea-size hail, which is pretty typical for our area. But again, 65 was our high temperature today, and we're going to be back to those normal temperatures as we head into the rest of the week and on into the weekend. Here's the temperatures right now throughout the region. You can see low to mid 50s for the most part. We still have that severe weather risk up until midnight, so about 90 more minutes of the severe weather risk. As Alona mentioned, we have less possibility of lightning and high winds and the hail, but it is still in the forecast as we head into our evening hours and into the overnight hours tonight. And tomorrow is the first pitch for the Mariners at T-Mobile Park, the home opener. The roof will most likely be closed. We'll have some showers at times, and it'll be 55 degrees for the first pitch tomorrow, so that'll be great. And we'll get baseball going, and let's take a look outside right now. We'll go down to Tacoma, where Jennifer is in the car right now, see how the storms are doing down there.
Well, that rain continues to fall steadily and heavily tonight in the Tacoma area. I'm going to give you a look at the roads on Weather Tracker 13 so you can see what's happening. These roads are very wet, and one of the more dangerous issues that we're seeing out here is ponding and standing water, which could cause drivers to hydroplane. And we just passed an accident here on I-5 heading north near Tacoma, so you want to be careful if you're heading out on the roads. One of the more significant weather events early on in the storm in Pierce County was the lightning. Flashes were happening all over the area, putting on a light show, Mother Nature was. That has died down for now, but the rain continues. The wind was also quite strong in some locations. We're in a higher profile vehicle because we have a lot of equipment on the roof of our vehicle for weather tracking, and we got knocked around a bit by the storm. That has pretty much died down, but again, the rain continues, and you'll want to be careful when you're heading out here. I'll give you a look at the roads. You can't see it very well, but that is a very wet roadway. Be careful of the ponding water when you head out, because a lot of the unlit areas are the areas that we think are most dangerous. We went around a couple corners there in Tacoma where there was a lot of standing water, and the water shot up around us, a typical rainy Pacific Northwest day. But we did feel a little unease when that happened. So take it slow if you have to head out, and just be cautious because it is continuing to rain. Reporting live in Pierce County, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Jennifer, that's always good advice. Thank you. Let's turn now to Fox 13's Nia Wong. She's joining us live at the Coleman Dock Ferry Terminal in Seattle with a look at conditions there. Nia?
The rain has steadily picked up just within the last half hour, but still nothing to the big show we saw a couple of hours ago. Here's what our cameras captured around 7:30. That's when we had a very strong storm. It was brief, but you could see so much lightning flash across the sky over Elliott Bay. We also heard a lot of thunder during this brief storm, and while all that's happening below, drivers were still ready to hop onto a ferry. They got in line, but many were not bothered by this storm.
Do you enjoy them?
I do. I love thunderstorms.
What do you like about them?
Oh, they just, when they roll in and the big roll clouds that come across and the lightning and thunder and heavy rain, I like all of that.
Was this brief storm we had, was that very impressive to you?
Not very, no.
Well, thankfully, the ferry for this line left on time. We didn't see too many delays or disruptions, despite passengers being warned about them throughout the day due to this potential severe storm. For now, reporting live in Seattle, Nia Wong, Fox 13 News.
Right now, crews with Seattle City Light are responding to power outages. The outage map shows the storm blew out electricity mostly in South Seattle.
Fox 13's Frankie Thompson is at the Soto facility where crews are heading out to affected neighborhoods.
Yes, Sabira, David, and they are working hard tonight. The Seattle City Light map shows that there are currently 221 outages, 221 customers affected by the outage tonight. That is another major increase and improvement from our last live report about 30 minutes ago. Now, this team activated their severe weather plan as soon as that storm was detected in the forecast. Again, they've been working very hard all night long ever since that storm rolled through here. Now, City Light says it's working to immediately find the source of the problem and restore power as quickly and as safely as possible to all affected customers. Managers say they also have extra crews and staff standing by in case the scheduled crews need more help responding to outages.
So what we'll be planning for is the worst, but hoping for the best. And how we do that is by making sure that we're well stocked on any needed supplies, that our trucks are up and operational, and that our equipment that might be needed is ready to go. As far as crews, we have our regular crews that are currently scheduled, and then we will bring in additional crews as needed to address any outages that might occur.
Again, that is 221 customers that are currently affected by outages tonight. Seattle City Light working hard to restore power in those neighborhoods, mostly in South Seattle. Now, for those who do have power, city managers, they're still urging people to charge their devices, whether that's your cell phone or a medical device, whatever that device is, make sure it's charged just in case someone loses electricity tonight. Reporting live in Seattle Soto District, Frankie Thompson, Fox 13 News.
All right, Frankie, if you don't have the Fox Local app, now's a good time to download it. That way you can stream our live news and weather coverage anytime, anywhere. It's free to download on your mobile phone and all streaming platforms.
Still ahead, state lawmakers agree Washington needs more money, but the road to getting it is becoming a little bumpy. Why some say a higher gas tax could drive the state in the right direction, while others hope the idea stalls out.
Plus, it's opening day eve in Seattle. The Mariners holding their final team workout ahead of tomorrow's season opener. We'll get skipper Dan Wilson's thoughts on the big day ahead in sports. A woman's body was recovered in Auburn after she was reported missing on Tuesday. Algona police say they found her body in a marsh near Algona Boulevard North and Boundary Boulevard just before 7:30 this morning. Investigators say she was a resident at a care facility in the city of Pacific. She reportedly left the facility the previous day to go to a coffee shop near the Supermall. When she didn't return, she was reported missing to police. Anyone who has information is being asked to contact Algona police.
Today, King County Executive Dow Constantine delivered his final State of the County address. During his speech, Constantine highlighted progress made over the past 16 years with affordable housing, transit expansion, behavioral health efforts, climate change, and more. He also took a swing at the Trump administration, saying empathy is an important quality to have in positions of power.
That essential human quality that is so scorned by the new extremists. Empathy. And making it actionable, giving it life in budgeting and policy and in politics. We value the people we serve. We value the public employees who devote their lives to serving the people, learning and wielding the tools of continuous improvement to ensure our work is ever more effective and always keeping oriented to that true north in everything we do. And so, friends, do not succumb to the cynicism and threats issuing from the other Washington.
Constantine also addressed his nomination for CEO of Sound Transit, giving a final farewell as King County executive.
I cannot think of a better next chapter to continue work that has been at the very heart of my public service since my council days. Should the board at its meeting tomorrow agree, it would mean leaving this office of King County executive sooner than I had planned. There will be no time for long goodbyes. So let me say goodbye now, in case I don't have another chance.
Constantine ended his speech by thanking county employees and residents, saying the state of King County is strong, resilient, and brimming with possibilities.
Drivers could be paying more at the pump this summer as legislators eye a gas tax bump to close a multi-billion-dollar budget gap. Reporter Albert James shows us why some lawmakers are pushing to up an already high gas tax and the mixed response from Republicans.
This is unprecedented in terms of where we're at in transportation.
Legislative leaders on both sides of the aisle say the current resources available aren't enough to meet the state's transportation needs. They say increases in construction costs have created a $1 billion shortfall that could balloon up to $4 billion in 6 years. While they're proposing various different cuts and ways to streamline construction, they say they ultimately need more money.
If we were to use our existing resources alone, it would mean significant delays to projects all over the state. It would mean suspending workforce development initiatives at ferries and state patrol, and it would mean inadequate transportation system for Washingtonians.
To bring in more revenue, the two chambers offered different solutions, like the Senate authorizing tolls on State Route 520 beyond the floating bridge, and the House implementing an annual fee for more fuel-efficient cars. However, both proposals include an increase to the state's gas tax. Currently, Washington has the country's third highest tax at 49 cents a gallon, last increased in 2016. The Senate proposal would increase that by 6 cents in July, while the House would add 9 cents. Both would annually index to inflation in the years after.
Nobody likes to raise taxes. You know, my side doesn't like to raise taxes, but you know, the realities of life are what they are, and in order to make this system work, it takes money.
While the gas tax increase has some Republican buy-in, not everyone on the right is sold. House Transportation Ranking Member Andrew Barkas says the gas tax, along with other proposed fees and taxes from the transportation and operating budgets, all come at a bad time.
Washington State is feeling the pressures of how expensive it is to live, to work here. And when you look at the environment right now with what's coming in the next 30 days, with all these tax proposals that are being put forth, this is just not the right time to be talking about increasing that pressure on the people of Washington.
Barkas says the state should instead look at repurposing Climate Commitment Act funds, though Democrats are opposed to that idea. The Republican says he'll push for alternatives, as a lot can change between these initial proposals and the final budget.
I'm going to try to make sure that we do not impose the burdens on them that we're seeing right now to make it more expensive to live here in Washington State.
Both transportation proposals are set to be voted at a committee by the end of the week. Then comes floor votes and later a conference committee to reconcile their differences and pass one budget by the end of the session. At the state capitol in Olympia, I'm Albert James reporting.
Turning now to the financial state of Washington hospitals, and the outlook isn't so bright. The Washington State Hospital Association, or WHSA, says hospitals across our state have navigated a lot of challenges post-pandemic. As COVID money was drying up while things did begin to stabilize, now they're facing a new challenge from budget proposals in Olympia, ranging from significant cuts to new taxes. The WHSA estimates the total impact will be between $280 million to $330 million. On top of that, they warn there will be fewer resources available to deliver care.
These budget cuts by the state legislature threaten to roll back progress and threaten that local access to care. And as I mentioned before, when you lose a health service, you don't just lose it for people on Medicaid or state employees or whoever it is that's being addressed. You lose it for the whole community.
She says if the budget cuts go through, it could lead to longer wait times for services and appointments, as well as layoffs. She also notes that potential cuts from the federal level would make the situation even more challenging. As our night finally begins to wind down, we saw a lot of action on this weather alert evening. Fox 13 meteorologist Lona McCauley joining us now. Lona, what can you tell us about how these conditions have kind of transformed?
Yeah, things are really calming down. In fact, the severe thunderstorm watch that we had has long been expired now at 9 o'clock earlier this evening. But we are going to continue to see some scattered areas of rainfall, as well as some pockets of some heavier downpours of rain at times. Right now, temperature is 52 degrees. Light rain is currently falling through the downtown area. As we take a look at those high temperatures today, I want to spend a minute on this because, you know, when we get these severe thunderstorm potentials here in Western Washington, they are very rare, and all of the pieces need to come together just right for this to all materialize the way that we were forecasting. The piece that was missing today was the heat. Those clouds just didn't want to break early enough today, didn't give us a chance during those afternoon hours to get that intense heating that we thought we were going to see. We were looking for highs to forecast them close to those 73-degree marks like what we saw yesterday, but today we are only in those 60s, as you can see. So that really saved us from seeing these potential storms really increasing in size and bringing us that large damaging hail. Here's a look outside currently. So what we are seeing at this point in time is some light rainfall, pockets of the moderate rain. This is going to be the general trend through the evening hours. We are going to be watching for 1 or 2 strikes of lightning, still possible, but nowhere near as widespread or as intense as it was just a few hours ago. We are seeing one spot, though, you can see right there just to the south of Easton. Now, this is going to be heading its way northward, so it will cross over parts of the I-90 corridor there. Very likely it will head right on top of Easton here and then continue its way northward into parts of eastern Snohomish County. Looking out a little farther, you can see primarily just light rainfall for the remainder of the night. We still have a good bit of moisture with that area of low pressure pushing those bands of rainfall on shore. Through the overnight hours, we're going to continue to decrease the intensity. So by early tomorrow morning, we'll just see some light rainfall, and that's going to be true again as we get into about the 7 to 8 o'clock hours. Folks are making that commute into work and school, but things are going to be changing a little bit toward the afternoon. Joining me right now is Fox 13's Stephen Kilbreth. And Stephen, we've got a big day tomorrow. How's the weather looking for this Mariners home opener?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see throughout the day. Temperatures will be right around 55 degrees for that first pitch, but we will see some showers throughout the day as well. I'm going to pick up the Futurecast where you left it off here as we head into the early morning hours. You can see there are a few showers there in the north end, and then you can see a few by 11 a.m. and then more and more as the day goes on. So we're going to see that consistent rain come back on Thursday, and on Friday we'll probably see some as well. So high temperatures tomorrow will be in the mid to upper 50s to near 60 degrees. Here's a look at Anacortes at 57 and Arlington at 60 degrees. So the extended forecast, there will be a possibility of a stray thunderstorm late in the day tomorrow and a high of 58. Showers continue on Friday and 55. There is a brief break of showers late Saturday, and then Sunday morning actually should be pretty nice. We'll see some showers late in the day and a high of 61, and then back to rain in mid-50s as we head into the middle part of next week. So the Mariners forecast, the home opener is tomorrow at 7:10 is the first pitch, 55 degrees, showers at time. Roof will most likely be closed.
According According to some sources, the Seattle Mariners are 25-1 odds to win the World Series in 2025. So place your bets now. The quest to get there starts tomorrow. That's when the Mariners will hold its season opener at T-Mobile Park against the Athletics. Today, the team held their first workout since returning from spring training in Arizona. Logan Gilbert will take the mound tomorrow, getting the nod as the opening day starter. With a young pitching staff and returning stars like Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh, the team's excited to get the season going.
I think our guys are ready to go. It's exciting to be at this point and to be able to get ready to go watch them do what they do, because it's a great group of guys. It's a bunch of guys that have worked really, really hard, and you know, when the season starts, that's kind of your payoff, and it's time to go, and I know they're ready to go.
Former Mariners player and soon-to-be Hall of Famer Ichiro Suzuki will throw out the first pitch tomorrow. The game is scheduled to start at 7:10. And a reminder, join us for Mariners opening day. We're going to be live at T-Mobile Park all day long with a look at what fans can expect this season, including new food, fun giveaways, and a whole lot more. Plus, we'll have some exclusive interviews you won't see anywhere else. That's all day tomorrow right here on Fox 13. The Club World Cup takes place this summer, and we now know the breakdown on what each team will make for participating in the big event. The Sounders will earn $9.55 million just for showing up. The winner, though, can earn up to $125 million if they come up champions. The Sounders Club World Cup matches will be on June 15th, June 19th, and June 23rd at Lumen Field.
Stick with us. A final look at your forecast is next. You're watching Fox 13 News. the top of 11 tonight's headlines, our spring storm has sparked a house fire in Everett. Crews say lightning hit a home off Cromer Avenue. Crews were able to extinguish the roof fire before it spread and found problems with the electrical system in that home. Luckily, no one was injured.
We have an update on the Angle Lake Station situation in Seattle, where a train is stuck on the elevated track. Tonight, Sound Transit says inclement weather was the cause for the snapping of the power lines tonight that cut the power to the Link Light Rail. They're going to provide updates as they become available, but they say crews are hard at work. They're going to be working all night long trying to get the power back on, but they do not know how long that's going to take. So Angle Lake Station will remain closed while the repairs take place as a safety precaution. Additional buses have been added to the Rapid Ride A-Line route to provide service between SeaTac and Angle Lake. So if you're taking that tomorrow morning, if you take the light rail going north to SeaTac through Angle Lake, you're going to definitely want to be aware of this. Check in the morning to see if it's up and running, if they've got the power back on. If not, you're going to need to take the bus. So we'll keep you posted on this and have an update for you first thing on Good Day Seattle.
Drivers braved the storm to catch ferries leaving out of Seattle. This is video from right around 7:30 tonight. For the next half hour, the sky was lit up over Elliott Bay. Drivers were lining up to catch the ferry to Bainbridge, and the ferry left on time. Passengers were warned to prepare for possible service disruptions due to the weather.
And here's some video out of Mount Vernon. WSDOT North posted this on X. It shows some lightning strikes. The agency says it was monitoring conditions as showers and thunderstorms moved through Skagit County.
All right, taking a last look at that weather forecast for tonight. We've got some light rainfall currently moving through parts of the Seattle metro locations. Temperatures have cooled to 52 degrees. Some moderate pockets of rainfall will be possible through the night, as well as 1 or 2 lightning strikes. But really, we're watching that threat for severe weather very quickly diminish as we get into the late night hours. Now, tomorrow morning, we're going to wake up with cloudy skies. A stray thunderstorm is possible for tomorrow, but not looking for anything strong to severe. We'll just look for some heavier downpours of rain along with it at times, and otherwise just some showery weather for the rest of the weekend and on into early next week, and temperatures will drop back into the 50s.
Alona, thank you. Those are the 11 o'clock headlines. Our show, the West Coast News Wrap, is up next.
And a reminder, you can watch Fox 13 now anytime on the Fox Local Connected TV app. It's free to download on your smart TV or your mobile phone. Thanks for sticking with us tonight. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Obviously, this tragedy has just rocked our small community here.
And tonight we are following a developing story in Northern California. Small community gripped by tragedy as a police officer is shot and killed in the line of duty today. Authorities say the suspect in this case was also killed during an exchange of gunfire. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to West Coast Wrap. I'm Alex Savage. The officer who died today was with the Marysville Police Department north of Sacramento. Authorities say he was part of a years-long drug trafficking investigation. That operation led police to a home in the town of Olivehurst today. That's where officers were serving a search warrant. And then just before 8 o'clock this morning, gunfire erupted at that home. Video posted to the Citizen app shows the neighborhood where this all unfolded today. Authorities say the officer who died was with fellow members of a SWAT team when the shooting began, but no other officers were injured by the gunfire. The suspect, who has not been identified, died at the scene.
These were major players moving poison through our communities, and we couldn't just sit and watch it happen. We had to do something about it, and it's just tragic, and all of us would just ask that you be praying for the officer's family and for his law enforcement community that's also grieving today.
Authorities say they may release the name of the officer who died tomorrow. They want to give his family time to grieve before his name is made public. The department says he was a beloved father, brother, and friend. We turn now to another tragedy we're following here in the West. Police in Las Vegas say a babysitter is behind bars tonight, accused of stabbing a 3-year-old child to death. The child's father called police this morning after he discovered the toddler with stab wounds. The woman who had been watching his child left the apartment, but officers arrested her just a short time later.
Officers began immediate canvass of the area, and fortunately we were able to locate the babysitter who was taken into custody without incident.
The suspect in this case has not yet been identified by police. Investigators are working to figure out what motivated that stabbing. People across the Pacific Northwest are bracing for another